can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to.
Yo, yo, yo. One 35175. Let's try that. Heard that. Okay, we'll see. I guess we could just call for a mic check. Hell. Why did you do that? Weird. Could I get a mic check, please? Hey yo, that's good. That's good. Okay. Playa 5 help transition. Okay, here we go. Let's get in here. And this hurt. 56.4. $32.45. Okay, now we're good on that. Oh wow, we're light. The Fliza 5. Only 2.7. And into Cancun, the Voma 1 Alpha. 12 left. George Bush Tower, Delta 703 at Charlie 41, information Romeo, ready for push and start.
Delta 703, Houston Tower, good afternoon, push start, express call taxi.
Off taxi, Delta 703. We can do that. Skilly. There we go. Hey, chicken. Chicken Moody. What's up? Yeah, still rocking it too. Yeah, buddy. How we doing? It's going to be in prime condition for TwitchCon next week. Prime condition. We're heading to Cancun out of, this is George Bush. If you can't tell. Oh, Lord. That's a long taxi. Okay. Put extra fuel in. Houston Tower, Delta 703, short of Romeo Bravo, ready for taxi.
Delta 703, runway 27, taxi via Romeo Bravo, Sierra Fox, Sierra Bravo, Sierra Kilo.
Runway 27 via Romeo Bravo, Romeo Alpha, Sierra, Sierra Foxtrot, Sierra Victor for your Delta 703. I might have butchered the hell out of that. Sierra Bravo.
Where'd you get Sierra Victor from, sorry?
I was checking my notes just now too. I'm looking at the map. I guess that's Sierra Bravo all the way down?
Sierra Bravo, Sierra Kilo.
Sierra Bravo, Sierra Kilo, Delta 703, thanks.
Think you just went to a new taxi, by the way.
There we go. Sierra Bravo. Okay, Sierra Foxtrot. Alright, I think we're moving in the right direction. Where is...
Memories are more powerful when we make them together, shared with friends and loved ones. Every flight is a chance to celebrate together. And when we celebrate, we connect the world.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard.
Okay,
Welcome
what
aboard,
else do we have
and
to do?
thank you for flying with Delta.
This.
Our first priority on every flight is the health and safety of our customers and crew. So before we depart,
Please pay attention to this important safety message. Be sure that all carry-on items are securely stowed in an overhead bin and place smaller items, including handbags, under the seat in front of you. If you lose your electronic device in your seat, please do not adjust your seat and ask a crew member for assistance. Please ensure all aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas are clear.
as we leave the gate, make sure your seatbelt is fastened. To fasten, insert the metal tip into the buckle and adjust the strap so it's low and tight across your lap. To release the belt, just lift the top of the buckle. If your seat has a shoulder harness, secure it by attaching the metal tip to the fitting on the belt. To release, remove the metal tip and allow the shoulder harness to retract.
Please remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened anytime the seatbelt sign is on. Even if the sign is off, please keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you're seated in case of sudden rough air. In the event of rough air, the crew might also need to buckle up for safety. We apologize if this means our service is interrupted.
Federal regulations require all passengers to comply with the posted placards and lighted information signs located throughout the cabin, in addition to any crew member's instructions.
Smoking, the use of e-cigarettes, or any smokeless product including chewing tobacco, is not allowed on any Delta flight. Federal law prohibits tampering with, disabling, or destroying restroom smoke detectors. There are 8 exits on this plane, 8 doors, 4 on each side. Each door has a detachable
All right,
slide that can
let's
be used as a
go.
route. In the event of an evacuation, leave all carrying items behind. All exits are clearly marked with a green symbol. Arrows indicate the direction to these exits. Please take a moment to find the exits closest to you, and remember, they might be behind you. If there's a loss of power, lights will illuminate the aisle to guide you to an exit.
It's unlikely, but if cabin pressure changes, the panels inside the lavatories and above your seat will open, revealing oxygen masks. If this happens, reach up and pull the mask or red streamer towards you
Oh,
into the
such a
tubes
taxi,
will
oh my
extended to
God.
start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth, slip the elastic strap over your head, and adjust the mask if necessary. Breathe normally and note that oxygen is flowing, so don't worry if the bag doesn't inflate. Be sure to adjust your own mask before helping others.
A water evacuation is also unlikely, but just in
Unlikely.
case, life vests are in a compartment beneath or adjacent to your seat. To use, remove the vest from its container by pulling on the tab and then opening the pouch. Slip the vest over your head, wrap the strap around your waist, and attach it to the buckle in front, and adjust securely around your waist. As you leave the plane, inflate the vest by pulling down on the red tab at the bottom of the vest, or manually inflate it by blowing into the tube at shoulder level. A water-activated light is attached to each vest.
For children who weigh less than 35 pounds, place the vest around the infant's waist and secure the strap between the legs. Refer to the safety information card for more information. Additional life vests for in-lap children are located in a marked compartment at the front and rear of the plane. We'll distribute these vests if necessary.
Now, before we take off, be sure your seat is upright. Your aisle armrests are at resting position, and your tray table is put away. If you have a suite door, ensure it is open. Please note that there is a placard on the door, visible when closed, explaining how to use the suite door in case of an emergency.
267.
Please take a moment to review the safety information card, which is in your seat pocket.
As we come through the cabin for our final safety check, please let us know if you have any questions.
Wherever your celebrations take you, thanks for choosing Delta to fly you there.
Now, as we get ready for takeoff, please settle in and have a wonderful flight. Thank you for flying with Delta.
All right. That's a long taxi.
856, I am with you. Southwest 856, Houston Health Infantry. 260, land at runway 26 left. Southwest 856, runway 26 left. Wind 328 at 15, gusting 26, clear to land. Good to land, 785.
Flight please prepare for takeoff.
Just confirm 26 left or 27, sorry.
Do 7. Let's do 7. That's funny. Didn't we pull a move like that on Friday? We were lined up with the wrong runway in Atlanta, I think. Funny. Delta 703, short 27 radio.
Stand by.
Can't tell if it's down there or not. Did he get out? Where'd he go? Did he crash?
United 4190 radio check.
United 4190, 55, stand by.
Alright. As we wait.
Delta 703, appointed on delay there, runway 27, wind 151 at 85, gusting 32. On departure, on a tap for takeoff.
Sorry, you broke up there at the end.
Delta 7, sorry, so try again. I read the wrong thing here, try again, sorry. Delta 703, runway 27, wind 340 at 15, gusting 27, on departure, on have taps, clear for takeoff.
We're gonna have taps, clear for takeoff, runway 27, Delta 703. Taps, okay. And here we go. Taps.
United 4190, Houston Tower, do call, sorry.
Direct taps. TTAPS. Delta 703, contact Houston departure 12050, good day. We're departure for Delta 703. Thanks, yeah.
Maintain 3000 to establish clear for the ILS 26 left approach.
Clear for the 26 and descend to 3000 to grab the flight slope. Thank you.
This departure, good evening. Delta 703 is climbing over 3.8 for long descent.
Delta 703, Houston departure radar contact, climb and maintain 16,000, proceed direct flight up.
16,000 direct flies out for Delta 703.
Approach Delta 1229 Heavy has the glide slope down, so I'm descending via the ILS.
Alright.
Alright.
Southwest 315, contact Houston Center 134.42. Have a good day.
134.42, Southwest 315, I'm good.
Alright, we're good. What up, Tab? What is up? We're heading to Cancun.
United 1895. Look like you went on the 26 right final there.
I'll double check. I am on the 26 left approach.
I'll show you on the 26 right localized right now.
Okay, I don't have my localizer armed yet, so I can sidestep.
Sidestep, runway 26 left, and descend to 3000 and clear for the ILS, runway 26 left.
Okay, we'll sidestep down to 3000 and clear for ILS 26 left, United 865.
We did the exact same thing. The exact same thing.
Houston departure, Southwest 1 on the ground at Hobby. Do we get clearance with you or Houston Center?
Get clearance with me. Clearance on request, stand by for PDC.
Stats are working. Love it.
Delta 703, contact Houston Center, 134 plane 42. Have a good day.
Over to the center for 703. Thanks. Yep.
Southwest 11, runway 36 at Delta.
Houston Center, good afternoon. Delta 703 climbing 10.9 for 16.
Delta 703, Houston Center, local maintain flight level 370.
370 for you, Delta 703. Seven. See that other side. Yeah. How about that shot? Shoals VOR, okay.
They say money make it change up.
No. Yeah. Cancun. Is that Hobby Field right there? I think it is. Yep, it sure is. Ah. Let's see, can I see my hotel? Is there a golf course over there? Looks like there's a golf course right there. I think my hotel was over here. Houston to Cancun. DC Center's online.
Next 4402, welcome to San Antonio. Taxi to parking via November and cross runway 31 right, hold short 31 left.
That'd be a haul. Cancun to DC.
American 4402 at November Cross 0 and left, and taxi parking vehicle.
Houston Center, Southwest 1119, with you at flight level 10, climbing to 160.
American 4402 November Cross 0 and left, taxi parking vehicle. No worries, Southwest 1119 Houston Center, climb maintain, flight level 370.
Climb and maintain 370, Southwest 1119.
At A01, flyer and heading, runway 31, clear for takeoff.
Oh, they're doing a van to Dallas.
3016.
That's practically the same thing. It's an idea.
Houston Center, good afternoon, with you. Sorry, Houston Center, good afternoon, with you, jet sector 8 and that speech is your.
It's 268 Houston Center, squawk 2510.
And from the squawk 2510?
Correct.
2510.
Yeah, the 8801, radar contact, the altitude.
Passing 2000, 8801.
8801, thank you, clear at Corpus, climb maintain, level 370.
Direct Christie 370, 8801.
This is 268, radar contact, 40 miles southeast of Lake Charles VOR. I don't have a flight plan on file for you.
Oh, sorry. Flat tongue, sir.
There we go.
And jet sector 68, requesting flight number 350 at this time.
This is 268, climb maintain, level 350.
350 approach, jet sector 68.
ground.
In front of several eyewitnesses, a burning object crashes to Earth.
Several
eyewitnesses. Round, flames coming off the front.
And over 2,000 miles away, another strange impact.
He said nobody goes down in there with us.
Nobody.
Technology reveals clues at one site.
It's not natural. That is definitely not natural.
While reports of men in black surround the other.
They work for an agency I had never heard of before.
Who or what is crashing outside of these communities?
Would you say this thing was under intelligent control then?
It had to be.
Oh, hell yeah.
And what does our own government know about them?
I don't see how the military could possibly cover that up.
This
I don't see.
is case number 65303, Alien Crashes.
Whatever it was, they wanted it back.
Let's see how crazy these people are.
Poly mailers are a great way to package your products. And with Sticker Me, ordering custom poly mailers has...
Frequency change approved.
I looked up and I saw an object passing to the south that lit up the area.
May 14th, 2008, Needles, California. In the early morning darkness, at approximately 3 a.m., a local fisherman claims to see something he will never forget.
Oh, they are.
A turquoise ball of fire suddenly lights up the Colorado River.
Damn.
Seconds later, it crashes into the desert. Some initially think it's just a meteor, but can't explain the strange color. And the incident isn't over yet. Within moments, 5 unmarked helicopters enter the area.
Unmarked? What were they
these
doing?
aren't just any helicopters.
No.
They're double-rotor military models, and one has a large sky
Houston Center
crane.
Southwest 315 going to
Soon
Unicom.
after,
Apologize about that. I got
witnesses see
somebody
the
else
Armada
talking in my
leaving,
ear.
and
Have a
it's
good day.
carrying
See you later.
something. The object, according to witnesses, is around 30 feet long and bulky, like a tanker truck. But there's something else. It's still burning with a bright turquoise glow.
There seems to be a common witness testimony involving military presence, the military coming in and apparently removing
8801, I have a reroute for
area.
you, advised, ready to copy.
Moves in hard,
Already copy,
moves in
801.
fast.
801 clear
Helicopters come in,
to Houston Georgia Airport
yank out
via
whatever
direct
crashed.
Corpus BOR, and then the...
Needle's still under investigation.
Says
We don't
that
know
Tejas
exactly where the
to
crash
arrival.
site is, but we do know that a crash occurred.
Alright,
And we'll be
clear
trying
to
to find out
Houston
where that
via
site is
direct
and
to
see what
Corpus,
happened.
and then
Test the
Tejas to
soil.
arrival for 8801. Tejas 5.
The search in Needles
That's
starts with several
Tejas
breaking
5,
leads.
and any chance you could
Some claim that hidden
coordinate our
somewhere
arrival
in the
runway?
dense desert brush is proof of whatever
It'll
crashed here.
probably be either 27 or 26 left.
Dr. Ted Ackwood
Appreciate
will
it.
attempt to
8801,
pinpoint where the
clear
object
Corpus,
came down.
Tejas 5.
You've got vehicles crash landing into Earth. You should be able to find physical evidence,
Yes.
hard physical scientific evidence.
Scientific.
Pat Uskert will head down the river in search of the crash site.
As a UFO investigator, this is a chance for me to dig into the ground and maybe turn up some answers.
Hell yeah.
And Bill Burns will meet with eyewitnesses who saw the entire event unfold.
We're going to find out why the military comes in and denies anything ever happened.
The investigation begins at Needles' KTOX radio, where Bill and Pat meet station owner David Hayes.
Here we find ourselves trying to figure out what happened on
May
14th, yeah. In studio with Bill Burns, Pat Uskert. If you have any information on the incident of May 14th on that morning.
According to Hayes, the morning following the alleged UFO crash, listeners begin calling in reports. And the calls are still
Houston
coming
Center,
in.
good day, sir. Popka 87 Tango, flight level 380, starting descent.
Let's try a phone call, guys. Caller, you're live on 1340.
Top Sky, 7 Tango, Houston Center, good afternoon.
Did you notice the shape to the object?
Are you covering that right now?
Yeah, it almost looked like a huge meteorite from where I
We are starting descent now via STAR, Top Sky 87.
While some describe the object as a meteorite, hardly any believe that's the case after what happened next.
I think something came out of the sky and it was retrieved, and I don't have any idea what it was. They were here to recover it so quickly.
And how quickly was that, by the way?
I was told within the first 20 minutes.
Wow.
Do you think they were tracking it if it's that quick?
I think you would have to be. I don't think you could get here that quickly unless you were staged, ready to go, knowing it was coming down.
But few claim to have seen the actual crash.
The guy on the right side.
Because of the military's response.
Skeptical.
I noticed some vehicles coming off the freeway, and one of them was incredibly strange. On the back with antennas and domes, the front license plate was U.S. government, and with blacked out windows, with a guy who was staring at me.
Hayes says he later saw the same vehicles outside the radio station, watching.
Was actually parked about 100 yards from the station. And I'm not quite sure, but the kind of equipment and the kind of vehicles they were in, obviously, was very high-tech, electronic, possible surveillance.
801 maintain follow 270.
But surveillance vehicles are not the only mysterious presence.
Roger.
The afternoon following the crash, people see strange unmarked planes arriving at a local airport. They're plain white with a red stripe down the side, and to some, they are very familiar.
Houston Center radar
The other
contact.
intriguing part of the story is the Janet flights. We had a report that there was these flights coming in and out of the international airport that morning.
Janet is not.
We're on Google's roof and we're about to throw the new Google Pixel in a mouse case!
The name of an official airline. It is a call sign assigned to these unmarked white jets with the red stripe, allegedly seen since the 1970s. This is one of these flights.
703, Oceanic South Line, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
International
Unicom for Delta 703, thanks.
Janet flights are believed
Southwest
to carry
19, Houston,
defense
Oceanic
works to
South Line,
several
radar service
notoriously
terminated,
isolated
frequency
locations, including Area 51.
Area 51.
But why are they being seen in Needles the day following the reported UFO crash? Bill heads to Laughlin Bullhead Airport and meets the manager, David Gaines, to see if he can find the answer.
Government planes do come in here from time to time.
That is correct, yes. Primarily they're military aircraft.
Have you ever seen aircraft from an airline known as Janet Airlines?
No.
Have you ever seen aircraft coming in, covert aircraft, white, maybe with red bands on them, maybe blacked out windows for passengers?
No.
That's what he was paid to say.
You never heard of this operation, you don't know anything about it.
I could give no credence to it ever happening because, to our knowledge, it didn't happen here.
If you'd seen that, and you had been ordered not to divulge that they use this airport, what would you tell me?
I would tell you that no aircraft have ever been here of that nature. We've never seen it.
Well, that's what he said. Yo, BBT, what's going on, man? Happy Sunday.
The witnesses said that on May 14th, a Janet plane did land there under the cover of darkness.
Under
David
the cover
Gaines said, never
This guy
happened.
looks suspicious. Who's lying?
With witnesses at odds over what happened that day, the best way to find proof may lie in the vast desert. Pat is prepping an expedition down the Colorado River. His goal? To find the actual crash site.
Okay.
We're bringing in archaeologist Garth Baldwin.
Hey,
He'll be able
Garth.
to differentiate between just regular ground erosion and the impact of this object.
All right.
But find
We got Garth on the case now.
Vegetation in this area is pretty dense. There's some trails we're going to use to get to the clearings that are
Snakes,
out there.
man.
And maybe
Watch out for
find
them
some of the
snakes.
indications of a burn or an impact. If things are disrupted, it should be pretty apparent.
Looks like snake and
While searching the thick brush
And,
will prove formidable, a new
scorpion
development
territory.
could aid the search.
Oh, thanks.
A witness who heard the radio program has come forward.
What?
And he has a general idea of where the object crashed.
Ooh.
His name is Frank Costigan.
Frank. All right, Frank.
About a little after 3 in the morning, I came out to hunt for my cat. All of a sudden, the ground here lit up, Not like bright sun or bright moon, but, you know, enough to make me look up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Frank has an incredible background with controlled flights.
Really?
Though he now lives in Needles, he used to be chief of police at Los Angeles International Airport.
What?
Could you tell me the shape of it?
It was round, flames coming off the front. It was blue and turquoise. So I'd say 5 to 6 times longer than it was wide. I thought I'd hear a sonic boom when it slowed down to the speed of sound.
Did you hear a crash?
Didn't hear a thing.
Costigan claims he doesn't hear anything because the descending UFO disappears over the horizon to the south. It crosses right over the Colorado River bend, north of Topic.
Okay.
But from what he is able to see, Costigan believes this couldn't be anything ordinary.
In a way.
You worked at LAX.
Everyone's been paid
yes, I
to
was chief
not
of
talk.
Police, and I was also superintendent of airport operations.
Was this object anything like you'd ever seen before in your experiences?
Nothing commercial, nothing private, and nothing I'd seen in the military.
Oh, now he was in the military.
It had to be something that was a controlled flight of some sort that maybe went haywire. That's my opinion.
Yet if this craft was at one time under control, who was guiding it?
Yeah.
And where did it come from?
Yeah.
The desert outside of Needles is ringed by military bases and test facilities. To the northwest sits the China Lake Naval Range.
We're going to get through this whole program, and
the Army's Fort
we're just
Irwin
going to still
and the
just have
Marine base at 29
inconclusive.
Palms. To the south is Yuma Proving Ground, where the Army test fires long-range experimental artillery. And of course, most intriguing of all,
what?
To the north of Needles is Area 51.
Area 51.
In other words, we're standing right here in the middle of a military test area hotspot.
Jesus.
Where test aircraft, some things that are like beyond what we even dream of, are being flown.
Yes.
Two theories are possible.
Yeah,
One,
somebody burned out.
that it was an alien vehicle. Two, that it was one of ours.
Yeah.
The answer may lie with a witness who claims he heard the impact.
I looked up.
It's going to be one of those
That's when it
shows
came
where it's
in.
just like, all right, you're no smarter after as you were before.
It kind of went through a cloud and came out, and there was
All right,
another
Dale.
one directly behind us.
Where?
On a quiet morning in May of 2008,
Okay.
something crashes in the desert outside of Needles, California.
Okay.
Multiple witnesses watch as a turquoise blue object is carried away by military helicopters. But there's more to the story, and it may be the key to understanding what's going on. All of this has happened before.
What?
In July 1947, another desert crash brings the small town of Roswell, New Mexico to worldwide attention.
I'm talking about that.
The military's announcement that they have recovered a flying disc shocks the world. Allegedly, the nearby Army airfield sends personnel to clean up the crash site and instructs workers to leave no evidence behind. Days later, the military changes its story, attributing the crash to a weather balloon. Now, in Needles, the team has located a key eyewitness who agrees to speak with the investigation on one condition.
What?
That his real name not be used. The witness, known only as Bob, arranges a meeting on the Colorado River, near where he saw the object on May 14th.
As I was sitting on the boat fishing at 3 o'clock in the morning.
What?
The whole front of the boat lit up. I looked up and
What are
I
you doing
saw
fishing at 3 in the
a bright
morning, dude?
turquoise,
This
blue,
dude is 25 beers
something
deep.
falling out of the sky.
3 in the morning on his boat.
It came straight across from one side to the other.
You fishing for beer
And it hit.
cans?
It just kind of made a thump.
Who fishes at 3 in the morning?
Just west of my position,
maybe 200 yards from my boat, in between the railroad tracks and the river.
He was out there with up to some shenanigans. He had to make up a cover story when he had something that
and almost immediately after
he
the
needed
first
to tell
helicopter
people
showed up, there
about
was a
happening.
second and then a third. And that's when the big one came overhead.
The big
that
one.
thing came, circled over my boat, went to the site, dropped out of sight for a few moments, and the next thing I know, it was up and flying.
Bob not only sees the armada of helicopters arrive, but their return trip with the alleged UFO in tow.
What?
Did you see the object being lifted on the skyhook?
Yes, sir. That's where I saw the shape. Not only was it well lit by the other helicopters, they were shining their lights on it. It was still very hot.
Both Bob and Frank Costigan's testimony say that the object may be in the area of the desert closest to the river. The investigation sets off. Archaeologist Garth Baldwin will be looking for several telltale signs.
There should be enough
He's
of
got
an
that
indication of an
archaeologist,
impact of the size that Bob
outfit
talked
on,
about.
too.
There should be some displacement of soil marked by a change in the sand, change in the texture of the ground.
The sage grows very slowly, the grass grows very slowly, so if it's disturbed in any way, it's going to be obvious.
Right? We might get lucky, because if there was an object that crashed there, I don't see how the military could possibly cover that up.
Yeah, Garth, come on, we're all pulling for you.
But finding the actual site will prove difficult.
Get a
Thick
drone.
desert sagebrush blankets this entire area.
True.
The
Cut it all up.
sagebrush will make an impact site hard to spot. But there's a backup plan in
there you
place.
go. That's better than a drone.
An eye in the sky.
Yeah. Screw drones. That's better. Hell yeah.
The ultralight will be rigged with a high-definition camera. As it searches from the air, Pat and Garth will follow on land, looking for any trace signs near the river.
Okay.
While Ted and Bill will retrace Bob's movements from the water.
If we think we can get relatively close to the spot, just let us know and we'll call in the ultralight. They can help us from the air see anything that might be on the ground that would be invisible to us.
We'll get you in the general area.
Hell yeah.
After nearly an hour, Bob sees something.
See where the brush comes all the way to the water?
Yeah.
That's where.
We've got to be real close.
He recognizes some landmarks, power lines, and a bend in the river up ahead.
And I see the train trestle there, so you're sure that's this side of the...
One of the things that makes me pretty sure we're in the right spot.
The ultralight is called in for aerial support.
Aerial support.
After a few passes, the ultralight hits pay dirt.
What? Pay dirt? Everybody get in!
Our pilot Glenn did say there was a burned area south of here. Now that sort of corresponds with what you saw, right, Bob?
That's correct. Somewhere in this position right here.
Good afternoon.
Due south of us.
The burns could be physical remnants of the flaming object's crash landing.
If we do S transects, you know, walking in an S, lazy S sort of pattern, and teams of two, 20 to 30 meters apart, we'll cover a lot of ground pretty quickly.
So why don't you guys start there, we'll start there before it's past.
We better move, we don't have a lot of daylight left.
Which report again, please? Yeah, Alpha 230 miles.
But before they get to the burn site,
what? The government rolls up.
Ted and Bill find another possible sign of a crash.
What?
Over there.
Big berm.
Check it out. That's about the size of what we're looking for.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So this is really curious at how this dirt is all thrown up, right?
I mean, this is about the size of a berm or a crater that you might expect. It's not so much in a crater form, except Maybe this way.
So if something really landed and threw dirt up in front of it, it would be a dune or a berm just like this.
Yeah, actually, if you look at it, it's almost a bit of a horseshoe coming in from that direction.
It's fascinating.
And that's the direction that Bob described the object coming out of.
That's right.
We'll take, start coming down to the Wilmar 1 Alpha arrival and ultimately down to 4,000.
Ted brings in Garth for his opinion.
Get in here, Garth.
Center, good afternoon. Southwest 327 is checking with you.
I don't see any direct impact, you know, where it would have obliterated the living vegetation and then allowed everything else to live. I mean, I don't see an impact.
Damn it. Damn it, Garth. Damn it. Oh, we had pay
The
dirt.
burn site is still further inland. A few hours later,
Garth's over there with a
it comes
machete.
into view.
That just looks like
Oh,
somebody...
look at how burned this area is.
We've got burned stuff all over the place.
And Bob did say that when they extracted this object from the ground, this thing was still glowing.
But he described it as landing with a thud and not an explosion.
Exactly.
So that kind of argues against some kind of fire.
But Garth has other reasons for questioning this site.
There's little patches of burn stuff, probably from wildland fires. We've got a lot of burn trees here and over there. So, I mean, I think that's all natural. There's live vegetation all around it, dry vegetation all around it, old dry vegetation all around it. So that would have caught fire had this been the flaming impact that they'd said.
Garth, come on, man.
With no physical evidence found, the ground search hasn't been able to verify Bob's location.
Shit.
But with so much ground to cover, the Needles crash site might still be hidden somewhere in the brush.
Send by the NOSAT 2 arrival down to 3,000.
This really isn't as easy as we thought it was. Our pilot did spot burned areas from the air, and we went to those burned areas and we looked at them. No evidence of impact, but we're going to press on further and see what we can find.
Damn it.
During the ground investigation, a new lead has come to the forefront. George Knapp, an investigative reporter for KLAS television in Las Vegas, has also been looking into the alleged UFO crash in Needles.
Okay.
And during his search, he came face to face with government operatives that may actually be men in black. Agents who are allegedly charged with intimidating UFO witnesses and keeping these types of events out of the public eye.
George Knapp was an eyewitness to these people and an eyewitness to who they are, where they were going, and what they're doing.
As Bill heads to get this new information, Ted and Pat shift their focus to Pennsylvania, where a crash in the small community of Kecksburg
So we're just giving up on Naples?
fresh evidence.
The Kecksburg incident is a cornerstone of ufology. It is Pennsylvania's Roswell. We know that something crashed from the sky. It was on TV, it was on the radio.
We have a range of instruments. If we can find a position that we feel with high confidence could be the
All
crash
right, Dr.
site,
Ted.
we can use these instruments to see what we can learn about what's underneath the soil.
As Ted preps a full-scale scrutiny of the Kecksburg
Full
site,
scale.
testimony from the last surviving witnesses could show that the military has been complicit in a cover-up for years.
I stood there and I walked around looking at it. This thing ain't from here.
What?
Direct Wilmar, Southwest 327.
Hey, Vinny, where'd you get that shirt?
Hey, Stickerbill, what do you think I got?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can I get one?
You can get whatever you want.
Can I get one with a shrimp on it?
You know, some people are allergic to shrimp.
Custom t-shirts, now it's Stickerbill. Try one for only $19.
In Needles, California, a glowing object crashes into the desert, seemingly out of control. Witnesses say it is retrieved by a group of military helicopters. But the incident doesn't end there. People see unmarked planes landing at the local airport. planes identical to those reportedly used for transport to the top-secret military base at Area 51. But this has all happened before, and not just at Roswell. Over 40 years ago, something crashed in the sleepy town of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. But whatever it wasn't out of control. According to witnesses, it had to be piloted by someone.
Correct, 1439.
On December 9th, 1965, around 4:45 p.m., something is moving in the sky. It's a glowing fireball. But many think that this can't be a meteor because it's moving too slowly. Whatever it is, the object loses control and crashes. What immediately transpires bears eerie similarities to what has just happened in Needles. Is it just a coincidence? Or are these two crashes mirror images of each other 43 years apart? Bill Burns is meeting with Stan Gordon, the leading investigator of the Kecksburg incident. He's researched this case for over 2 decades.
Witnesses out tell us the object turned and came back in towards Kecksburg. This object came down as though it was making almost like a controlled landing. And moments after it fell, people reported like a column of bluish-gray smoke rising up out of the woods that dissipated very quickly.
According to research, hundreds, if not thousands, of people in Michigan, Ohio, and Ontario, Canada, reportedly witnessed the UFO as it traveled on a trajectory that finally led to its crash landing in Kecksburg.
The police departments, the radio and TV station were being bombarded with calls, and as it proceeded into Westmoreland County, the media out in this area began to be overwhelmed with reports coming in.
Witnesses agree with Stan Gordon's findings. This tiny town was consumed by the incident. No one had ever seen anything like what happened that night. Pat meets with one witness, Bill Buellbush, who saw the object fly over and crash in Westmoreland County.
Bill, tell me what happened.
Heard this sizzling noise, and then I seen this red fireball coming. Come over like just like this, and I watched it. And it went up towards the mountain. It made a turn and come back, a perfect turn, and come down. It just seemed like it was trying to find a place to land.
Would you say this thing was under intelligent control then?
It had to be.
Buellbush says that he got in his Corvair and drove to what he believed was a downed aircraft.
So I grabbed my flashlight and went down through the woods. And I could see it down there. I figured, well, how can they come out? There ain't no windows and there ain't no rivets and no nothing on it, you know.
So you got a close look at this thing?
Oh, I was only about 8 feet away from it.
Was it smoking? Was there anything?
It smelled like sulfur. It smelled like rotten eggs.
Bill Buellbush really helps us eliminate some of the more prosaic explanations of what this could have been. A meteor, or maybe a crashed airplane, or capsule. He saw this fireball coming down in the sky and turning. He specifically said that this had to be under intelligent control.
Soon after, emergency personnel reached the crash site, and volunteer fireman Jim Romansky is one of them. He is also surprised by what he sees.
I was shocked because I was prepared for a smashed up airplane. And here was this humongous piece of metal buried into this drainage ditch.
Could you describe exactly how it was buried?
We're talking nighttime, first of all. We're talking piles of brush around this thing because it come flying down through the trees.
Romansky says the UFO was acorn-shaped and had a ring of strange markings that encircled the entire object. This description is rare, unlike other reported UFO shapes, such as triangles and discs. And there's more. Strange hieroglyphics are reminiscent of another case. The Bentwaters UFO that was reported to have landed near a British military base in 1980 displayed similar markings to those the Kecksburg witnesses describe.
Have you ever seen anything like this ever in your life?
No, Absolutely not. My impression after I looked at this thing, and I stood there and I thought about it and I walked around looking at it, this thing ain't from here.
And then, a development that would repeat itself 43 years later in Needles. Within hours of the crash, dozens of military personnel, including Army and Air Force, arrive on the scene. They reportedly cordon off the area, preventing the public from reaching the crash site. Inside this restricted zone, they are searching.
Searching for
Bob
what?
Gaddy, a reporter with the Greensburg Tribune, was dispatched to the crash scene, and he distinctly remembers the intimidating military presence.
When I got there, there were probably at least a dozen military personnel, in addition to Pennsylvania State Police officers. I said, I need to go down there. They said, there's nothing there. And I said, well, if there's nothing there, why can't I go in there?
Gaddy tells Pat that the military, not the state police, were clearly in charge of the scene.
I've never experienced a time in a civilian situation where the military had come in and taken control of an accident site. Why would the Army be there?
We were stopped by a military.
Believe it, or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks. But I am telling you,
we
right
talked to him for a second. He told us to
get
back to where we
that
came from.
motherfucker back there is not real.
His finger at me. He said,
And
nobody
you can
goes
spit
down
on
in
this
there with
plane
us.
and you can fucking
The
die
ocean
with
has
them
been
or
the
not.
centerpiece of
I'm
my
not
world.
going to.
It's quite literally an extension of my brain. I can take notes, create.
Witnesses tell Stan
I
Gordon that
fixed it.
later in the evening, they see a large flatbed truck drive into the crash area. Within the hour, the truck drives from the site in a hurry, carrying something under a tarp.
If you would have walked in front of it, they would never stop for you.
Gordon says that during his own investigation, Jim Romansky, Bill Buellbush, and others led him to a spot they said was the crash site. These interviews were conducted independently, and each witness led him to the exact same spot.
I'm very hopeful tomorrow we can find the exact location that was taken to 20-some years ago.
It sounds like there was some sort of crack. I can bring in ground penetrating radar and see if we can find anything that hasn't been found before. Not only does Stan have multiple corroborating witnesses who pinpoint the location, but also it sounds like there's a very good chance we'll be able to find some sort of debris.
Eyewitnesses and investigators have seen this site before, but never with technology like this.
You think a signature like this might be consistent with a signature made by a crashed vehicle? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's possible.
And across the country, the Needles case breaks wide open, with reports of officials that could be the infamous Men in Black.
They are legitimately federal agents.
It was something other than this world.
In December 1965, a flaming object is reported falling through the sky in Canada, Michigan, and Ohio. In these locations, some claim that debris falls to Earth, that sonic booms are heard, and that a seismograph records the impact. But none of this evidence ever surfaces. It is only in the small Pennsylvania town of Kecksburg where anything real is verified. Several witnesses report that in this ravine, an acorn-shaped object with strange markings crashed. And it is this location that has become the investigation's focal point. The team will hike in with researcher Stan Gordon, geologist Steve Kite, and Pete Hutchinson, an electromagnetic surveyist. Gordon compares the terrain with a photograph he took here in 1985, and believes this is the spot where the UFO impacted.
Well, you have the photo. Does this area here look like it might match?
Oh, Ted, this is the best match we've seen all day. I think the photograph that we have here was taken 5-10 feet behind us, looking in that direction.
We have these, what look like 1 or 2 fence posts.
Looks like some barbed wire and a fence post here. 350 and proceed direct.
Looks like another one right up there.
Direct Belmar, southwest 315.
The fence posts and Stan Gordon's matching photograph, taken alongside eyewitnesses, all point to this spot as the site of the Kecksburg crash. But for years, debunkers claimed that what caused the damage in this ravine was a Russian space probe. The shape and size of the Cosmos 96 probe, originally slated to reach Venus, was similar to what eyewitnesses described. But recently, even this explanation was thrown out. According to NASA's National Space Science Data Center, quote, U.S. Air Force tracking data on Cosmos 96 also indicate the spacecraft orbit decayed earlier than the 4:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 9th of December. But NASA's interest in the crash extends further back. At this very site in 1965, witnesses saw NASA officials alongside the military.
I see NASA there with their uniform on, their patch on the side. They had that white aluminum sign.
Want to know how long it takes me to send money directly to bank accounts around the world using Western Union? Just like that. Actually, it's more like that. But I thought you were going to skip this part of the ad. It's fast. It's like really fast.
Delta, recibida, ya encontré su plan de vuelo. Oiga, por favor, no lo tengo. Tengo todavía el plan de vuelo viejo con destino a Chichen Itza. ¿Se puede reconectar y me habla de nuevo, por favor?
And this all ties back to Roswell. A secretive approach to a crash.
It all points back
Something
to
taken
Roswell.
from the site. On board a flatbed truck, covered by a tarp, and under cover of night. But after all these years, could they have missed something?
Pete Hutchinson here has an array of scientific instrumentation for scanning the Earth around the cell.
We're going to look at the architecture of the site to see if anything is still here that is evidence of a possible crash 43 years ago.
Pete Hutchinson and his assistant Brian begin the electromagnetic scanning of the ground. The tool emits electromagnetic energy into the soil, and moisture carries the current, which is sensitive to metal.
So we'll be able to find any metals and then also any anomalous soil conductivities? Okay, well, why don't we put the tool to work?
And expect the ILS 1 to left.
During the search, the scanner picks up some metal conductivity. But the size and identity of the metal is unknown without further information processing. Significant anomalies appear on the two-dimensional map.
That red indicates a heightened level. Just how strong is that?
That's fairly decent for this area. There's definitely metal there.
So you're saying that metal is naturally occurring metal?
It comes from something other than what's naturally occurring in this area.
Do you think a signature like this might be consistent with a crashed vehicle? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's possible.
123.2.
According to Hutchinson, what makes this unusual is the high concentration. This amount of metal is not typical in this area of Pennsylvania. Hutchinson suggests that the team dig in this area to determine the source.
This science only tells us where to look, and the next step is to go in there and investigate. Physically dig it and do an intrusive test. Archaeological dig, yes, exactly.
The team needs to expose the area before dark, so Pat joins to assist on the dig. When the soil is uncovered, Pete uses the ground-penetrating radar to look for a specific metal source.
Hey, check this out. It starts here. Starts right there. And ends right there. It's not natural. That is definitely not natural.
With the sunlight fading, the dig will have to wait until morning. What is the source of the metal buried at this alleged crash site?
No, I don't know what's down there, but I can't wait to start digging and turn up some answers.
Okay.
I'll take a 9 Alpha Kilo. Good afternoon, contact. Climb maintain flight level 310. Flight level 310, Alpha down Alpha Kilo.
Center, good afternoon, Tomjet 22, descending to north south flight level 220.
Tomjet 22 Heavy, good afternoon. Descend getting north south 1 Bravo Rebel to 3000. Cancun altimeter 2981. Expect the ILS 12 left.
Descend by the north south 1 Bravo 3000, altimeter 2981 and expecting 12 left. Tomjet 22 Heavy.
Bravo. Y ahora sí, listo de copiar el Mike 90. Mike 90 pendiente, le llamo. Gracias, si está muy ocupado, escríbame. Sí, no se olviden, estoy checando aquí unas en la carta cuervo, a ver, déjame ver.
Oh, they hauling. They hauling. Okay. Marita Center, good evening. This is Delta 703. We're passing Kelly at flight level 370.
Romeo Delta, listo a copiar. Listo a copiar, Mike Delta. Romeo Delta está autorizado Cancún, vía Caguas, superior 84, altitud 17000, pista 10, salida Cagua 4 Alfa, digo en 4271. Marco Delta autorizado sobre el aeropuerto de Cancún, Cagua, superior Julieta 84, nivel de vuelo 170, salida por la pista 104271 el altímetro. Sigo el transponder, perdón, Mike Delta. Mike Romeo Delta, colación correcta, ya listo a rodar, altímetro es 2980. Sí, estamos listos a rodar, 2980, Mike Romeo Delta. Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, contact Havana Center, 135,001, good day.
135.1, thanks for the service, Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, bye.
Good day. Tomjet 22 Heavy, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
232 for Tomjet 22, thanks for phone screening.
Sí, sí, bye. Mike Romeo Delta, pista 10, red vía Alfa, 180 en cabecera, llame listo. Alfa, pista 10 y 180 pista, le llamo listo, Mike Delta.
Okay, should we try that again? Marita Center, Delta 703, passing Kelly at flight level 370.
Alpaca 696, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2 today.
Repeat the frequency again for Alpaca 696.
Alpaca 696, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
Oh.
123.2.
123.2, Alpaca 696.
United 1919, contact Cancun arrival on 123.2 today.
123.2 for United 1919.
Transport Charlie Juliet, radar contact, follow maintain phone level 250, and contact Havana Center 135, don't move on today. 250 and 351, Fort Charlie Juliet, good day. Delta 703, radar contact, maintain flow level 370.
Maintain 370 for Delta 703, thanks.
Y el máximo debe estar listo para el despegue en la 10.
Déjame dar pista 10, el viento es calma, autorizado a despegar, salida...
Man, thought we were getting the cold shoulder.
Salida Cagua o Alfa, reporte nivelando unos 7000.
Cagua Alfa y de reporte nivelando unos 7000, máximo de autorizado 10.
I was like, are we muted or something? Goodness. That took a minute.
Y Mérida del máximo está molestando, ¿no te podrá directo y clic?
En BMC aprobado.
Maria Center, good afternoon, on 567 flight level 220 inbound 07.
Alpaca 67 radar contact, descend via the NOSAT 1 for arrival to 3000, Cancun altimeter 29801, expect ILS 12 left.
Friday left field, NOSAT 1 Bravo, to 3000, expect ILS 12 left, Alpaca 67.
Correct.
Merida, Dominican 1794, level Alpha level 300.
Dominican Wings radar contact, climb and maintain flow level 370.
Maintain flow level 370, Dominican 1794.
Ah, DC center turned off? Come on. Really? Damn. A little busy down here. Like Cancun to Tampa or Jacksonville? I wonder what the trip will be like from there to San Diego. Could do Phoenix. Could do Phoenix. We have the dead zone there, but that's fine. Or do we get up into Florida? We definitely need to make our way up. Good lord, look at how busy it is. That's insane.
Delta 703, proceed direct to Volmar.
Direct Volmar for Delta 703.
Y Centro Mérida, acelerador Mike Romeo Delta, nivelados 1, 7000 pies, volando directo y CLEC, condiciones visuales.
Mike Romeo Delta, contacto radar, mantengo unos 7000 pies.
1, 7000 pies, Mike Romeo Delta.
Southwest 327, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
123.2, Southwest 327, thanks, see you.
See you. Alpaca 67, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
Cancun arrival on 123.2, and thank you very much for the nice but short ATC service. Thanks, Alpaca 67.
See you guys fly.
US Thunder W1495, level 300, descending 220.
Jet below 1495, radar contact, descend be at the nose south 1 Bravo arrival to 3000, Cancun altimeter 2981, expect the ILS 12 left.
12 left, 3000, descend be the nose south 1 Bravo for 1495.
Good day, Alpaca 5 Mike Foxtrot, passing 14,700, level 1980.
Alpaca 5 Mike Foxtrot, radar contact, climb flight level 19. Are you able to take flight level 210?
Affirmative, I'll take flight level 210, Alpaca 5 Mike Foxtrot.
Alpaca 5 Mike Foxtrot, roger, climb and maintain flight level 210, thank you.
210, Alpaca 5 Mike Foxtrot.
Alright, we're all plugged in. I'm definitely doing the turn and burn here. I just don't know where to. That's the only thing. Could do Jacksonville.
Alpaca 5 Mike Foxtrot, contact Havana Center 135.1. Have a good day.
Havana 135.1, Alpaca 5 Mike Foxtrot, have a good day.
Alpaca 67, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day. The Dominican Wing 1794, radar service terminated, contact Senamed on 135.5, 35.5, good day.
135.5, Dominican 1794.
Delta, Delta Day, Volaris 315, Falabo 200 inbound, Silka.
Set was 1119.
Setting afternoon for JetBlue 1014, climb into flight level 210 up to flight level 270.
JetBlue 1014, radar contact, climb maintain flight level 350.
350 for JetBlue 1014. JetBlue Descent 14, requested a step away for 2 minutes.
5-200.
JetBlue 1495, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
2032, 1495, good day.
Volaris 3.
I'm thinking Jacksonville.
Maintain flight level 370, good afternoon.
Maintain 370, Volaris 315, thank you. We descended good afternoon, Alpaca 22 Hotel Charlie, flight level 220, inbound NOSAT.
Mike Romeo Delta comunica Cancún en 23.2, buen día.
23.2, Mike Romeo Delta, gracias, Mau, buen día.
Hasta luego, buen día.
JetBlue 1014, requested a step away for 2 minutes.
1014, that's approved.
Thanks.
Marina Tower, Southwest 1119er, with you at flight level 370.
Southwest 1119, radar contact, climb and maintain 370 and proceed direct to Bomar.
Maintain 370 and proceed direct to Bomar, Southwest 1119.
Alpaca 22 Hotel Charlie, radar contact, descend via the NOSAT 1 Bravo arrival to 3000, Cancun altimeter 2981, expect ILS 12 left.
Descend via the NOSAT 1 Bravo arrival, and can you repeat the altimeter?
2981.
So it's 2981 now, Alpaca 22 Hotel Charlie.
JetBlue 1044, radar service terminated, Oceanic is offline, monitor Unicorn 122.8, good day.
Cody.com on 1228, thanks for your service, really appreciate it, JetBlue 1044, adios.
Adios.
Merida Center, good evening, Laxa 650, flight level 350.
Laxa 650, approaching Jet Mile, radar contact, maintain 350.
Maintain 350, 650.
Alpaca Mike Foxtrot, contact Havana 135.1, good day. Volaris 315, contact Havana Center 135.1, good day.
Havana 135.1, Volaris 315, adios.
Adios. Southwest 315, when ready, descend via the Bomar 1 Alpha arrival to 4000, Cancun altimeter 2981, expect the ILS 12 left.
Descend via the Bomar 1 Alpha arrival to 4000, expect 12 left, Southwest 315.
Radar Center, TBM November 453, Tango Bravo is climbing through 240 for 270.
TBM 453, Tango Bravo, radar contact, climb maintain flight level 290.
290, TBM 453, Tango Bravo.
Good afternoon, TBM 723 Bravo Charlie, climbing through 20,000 for 270.
TBM 720, Bravo Charlie, radar contact, climb maintain flight level 290.
Up to 290 for TBM 3 Bravo Charlie.
Okay, we're getting close.
Merida Center, add-on Lapsus 220 with you.
Add-on Lapsus 220, good evening, radar contact, descend via the NOSAT 1 Bravo arrival to 3000. Cancun altimeter 2981, expect the ILS 12 left.
Could you repeat for add-on losses 220?
Losses 220. Descend via the nose at 1 Bravo arrival, expect ILS 12 left. Speed 240 knots.
Add-on losses 220, descend to, expect 12 left, nose at 1 Bravo arrival, speed 240 knots, add-on losses 220. Apologies, we have 3 different approaches for 12 left. Is it 1, 2, or 3?
It's going to be number 3.
Thank you.
Florida Center, hello, Alpha Capture 92, descending flight level 220.
Mira, centro, muy bonita tarde, este es el Volaris 200, atiendo a nivel de vuelo 200.
Volaris 200, contacto radar, expedite ascenso a 290.
Excelente ascenso a nivel de vuelo 290, Volaris.
Florida Center, hello, Alpha Capture 92, descending flight level 220 and down to Lapa.
Alpaca 782, radar contact, descend via the NOSAD 1 Bravo arrival to 3000, Cancun altimeter 2981, expect the ILS 12 left.
Descend 355, your Lapa 1 arrival, altimeter 2981 and expecting ILS 12 left, Alpaca 782.
Enlace 220, contact Cancun arrival from 123.2, good day.
123.2 for add-on losses 220, thank you, have a good day.
22, bye.
Manila Center, hello, November 650 Dingo, over at Cessna, flight level 200.
650 Tango, radar contact, maintain flow of 200 for now.
Maintaining 200, November 650 Dingo.
Center Delta 703 requesting descent.
Delta 703, descend via the Bomar 1 Alpha arrival to 4000, Cancun altimeter 2981, expect ILS 12 left.
Descend the Vomar 1 Alpha to 4000 and we'll expect the ILS 12 left for Delta 703, thanks.
Alpaca 22 Hotel Charlie, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
123.2, thanks for the service, Alpaca 22 Hotel Charlie.
Uh, 650 Tango, turn left heading 020 and climb and maintain flow level 310.
Left turn heading 020 and climb up to 310, November 650 Tango.
Okay, down we go. Down we go.
Polaris 200, contact Havana Center 135.1, good day.
Volaris 200, contact Havana Center 12, sorry. Can you repeat Volaris 200?
Perdón, Polaris 200, comunica Havana en 35.1, buen día.
35.1, thank you, Volaris 200.
Alaska 650 requesting descent.
Alpaca 782, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
123 to Alpaca 782, thank you, bye-bye.
Alaska 650, descend via the Paule 1 Hotel to 3,000 feet. Cancun altimeter 2981, I expect the island 12 left.
Descent via the Pauli 1 Hotel, arrivals to 3,000 feet, altimeter 2981. We'll expect the ILS 12 left, Alaska 650.
650 Tango, proceed direct to Noris.
Direct Noro, November 650 Tango.
Yeah, direct to Nodil, please.
Yes, Noro, November Oscar Romeo Neo Lima, November 650 Tango.
Correct. And 650 Tango, contact Havana Center 135.1, good day.
Oscar Havana Center on 135.1, hey, thanks so much, and have a nice day, sir.
Good.
Mérida Centro Tico 012.
Delta 703, speed of 260 knots, please.
260 for Delta 703.
Tico 012, contacto radar, se mantenga 350.
Ascendemos para 350 Tico 09.
TBM 453 Tango Bravo, can I have your cruise speed?
Currently indicating 180.
Thank you.
Okay.
Alpaca 782, contact, I'm sorry. Alpaca 782, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day. TBM 453 Tango Bravo, contact Havana Center 135.1, good day.
So Havana Center 135, for TBM 453 Tango Bravo, have a great day.
You too. TBM 723 Bravo Charlie, contact Havana Center 135.1, good day.
35.1, TBM 3 Bravo Charlie, see you.
See you. Southwest 315, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
123.2, Southwest 315, thank you.
Tico 012, servicio radar terminado, comuníquese en Meren 135.5, buen día.
Marina Center, Southwest 230 over Edolph at flight level 360.
Tico 012, Senamer en 35.5, buen día.
Muy buenos días, pasamos con Senamer, muchas gracias por el servicio.
Laxa 650, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, good day.
Contact arrivals on 123.2, Laxa 650, see ya.
Center Delta 1181, level up, flight level 200.
Delta 1181, radar contact, climb maintain, flight level 350.
350 Delta 1181, and can we get out of cockpit for 5 minutes, please?
Yeah, that's approved.
Thank you, Delta 1181.
Delta 703, contact Cancun arrivals on 123.2, have a good day.
Contacting arrivals for Delta 703, thanks, see ya.
Marina Center, Southwest 230, flight level 360.
Cancun arrival. This is Delta 703. We're descending 18.3 on the Voma 1 Alpha, speed 260, Information Hotel.
Delta 703, low radar contact. Continue descent via the Voma 1 Alpha arrival to 4000.
Continued descent to 4000, Delta 703. Alright.
Alpaca 72, turn right, direct reduct. Continue descent to 3000.
To the right, direct reduct, continue descent to 3000. Delta.
Alpaca 782, contact approach 124.7, good day.
124.7, Delta 72, thank you, bye-bye.
Okay, we're getting close.
Bravo, packet 7 from Papa, descending to 200 on the south 1000 right, only have information.
Cancun.
All packet 7 from Papa,
I got traffic
low
in
radar
front of me.
contact, continue to descend via the nose at 1 Bravo arrival to 3000.
Continue to set on nose at 1 Bravo to 3000 on packet 7 from Papa.
Southwest 315, contact approach 124.7, good day.
124.7, Southwest 315.
Meridian approach, Southwest 1119 with you at flight level 300, descending to 4000.
Southwest 1119, hello, radar contact, continue descend via the Bomar 1 Alpha arrival to 4000.
Continue descent via Romar to 4000, Southwest 1119.
Okay.
Delta 703, contact approach 124.7, good day.
124.7 for Delta 703, thanks, good day. Cancun approach, Delta 703, we're descending 5.4 for 4.
Delta 703, roger, reduce speed 210 knots.
Reduce the speed 210, Delta 703.
Alpaca 782, reduce speed 160 knots.
Reduce speed 160 knots, Alpaca 782.
Hondo! With no message attached, dude. Hondo, thanks for the 1,000 biddies, man. Happy Sunday. Hondo. We're flying into Cancun, my guy.
Southwest 325, maintain 180, I'll call you for slower.
Cancun.
Maintain 180, Southwest 315.
Delta 703, cross Vixie at 4000, clear that DME 3, runway 12 left approach.
Cross Vixie at 4,000, cleared the ILS 12 left approach, Delta 703. Landing systems on. I thought we had the ILS, what do you say, ILS DME? Yeah, this is the first time. We've never flown down here.
Southwest 325, the speed is now at your discretion. Contact tower and 118.1.
Going to tower 118.1, speed pilot discretion, Southwest 315.
Approach Lexus 650, descending past 7,300.
Say again your call sign only?
Lexus 650.
Lexus 650, roger, continue descent to 3,000.
Continue descent 3,000, 650.
Delta 703, reduce speed 180 knots.
180 for Delta 703.
And Lexus 650, proceed direct uniform November 528, reduce speed 180 knots.
Proceed direct uniform November 528 and reduce speed 180, Lexus 650.
Okay, we got the localizer. You've been out to Cancun? Honda, I've never been out to Cancun. I've never been to Mexico. If you can believe that one. Cat 3, localizer set. Here she comes. Okay, here we go. Where's tower?
Approach Gideo, back to confirm 578, that's direct. Redug.
Roger. Delta 703, contact tower on 118.1.
118.1 for Delta 703, thanks.
Lexus 650, cleared out.
At 7, clear for takeoff. In the air, contact departure 124.2. Have a great flight.
2,500.
Go over to departure 124.2 after we take off the speed.
Cancun Tower is Delta 703, ILS 12 left.
Delta 703, continue approach, runway 12 left. I'll call you when the runway's free.
Continue approach 12 left, Delta 703. You're down.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
Southwest 315. Exit right Alpha 3, contact ground 121.0. Have a great flight.
Exit Alpha 3, 121.0. Thank you so much, Cancun Tower, Southwest 315.
Delta 703, heavy. Runway 12 left, wind 130 at 7. You're cleared to land.
Clear to land, 12 left, Delta 703. Are we heavy? I don't think we're heavy. Okay.
1,000.
That's like that. That's like that. Let's put her down. Let's put her down. And not many exits, so keep it low.
Cancun Tower, Laxa 650 on the ILS 8 mile final, 12 left.
Laxa 650, 12 left. Continue approach following traffic on a 2 mile final.
500. 400. 100 above. 300. Minimum.
Buckle up, Hondo.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Delta 703, exit right Alpha 3, welcome to Cancun, contact ground 121.0.
Right on Alpha 3 over to ground, Delta 703, thanks.
Laxa 650, runway 12 left, wind 130 at 7, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 left, Laxa 650.
15. Are you able, is it okay if I send you to Terminal 3?
Yes, that's fine. I'm just doing the event. I don't have a required gate.
Roger that, then Southwest 315, taxi Delta, Delta 1, Bravo 4, and onto ramp.
Delta 1, Bravo 4, down to the ramp, Southwest 305.
From ground, this is Delta 703. We're clear 12 left, facing north, or southeast on Alpha, looking for taxi.
Delta 703, stand by. Alpha Delta Romeo, hold position. Alpha Delta Romeo, give way to the Delta 737 in front and follow him to runway 1 right.
Where is that?
What was the landing rate? 122. Bad.
Sorry, Delta 703, welcome to Cancun. Which terminal do you want?
We'll take Terminal 3 if that's okay.
Alright, then Delta 703, taxi Alpha 3, Alpha, Delta, Delta 1, Bravo 4, and onto ramp.
Alpha, Delta, Delta 1, Bravo 4 to the ramp, Delta 703, thanks.
Apologies, Cancun ground. Is the Cessna traffic in front of us VATSIM traffic? Sorry, 220.
Alright, we're doing the turn and burn here.
Unless it's 220, can you say again, please? Disregard 220.
Alright, no worries.
We're doing the old turn and burn. I'm trying to figure out, Hondo. I might need your help on this decision. Should we go to Jacksonville? We just came from Houston. I'm thinking Jacksonville, and then we can shoot the country straight west. It's kind of my thought. Key West? That's a little short, man. I'm trying to get up into like...
Delta 1218,
holy shit, V1 on...
Aircraft calling, second. Delta 1218, ready to push it forward. Delta 1218, push start approved. Call 1 drift taxi. Push start approved, calling 1 ready for taxi. Delta 118. Cancun ground, good afternoon, Lexus 650 on Alpha. 650, welcome to Cancun, which terminal are you going to? Terminal 2 for 650. Delta 5592, contacta Torre 118.1, muy buen vuelo. 118.1 para el Delta 5592, muy buenas tardes, caballero. Alpha Delta Romeo, contact tower 118.1. 118.1, Alpha Delta Romeo. And 650, taxi Delta Bravo and not to ramp. Delta and Bravo to the ramp, Lexus 650, thanks. 6 Mike Romeo, give way to the United 737 and follow him to runway to red via Charlie 9.
Yeah.
Keep it avoid the other aircraft and Charlie 9, you're 6 Mike Romeo.
Hell yeah. That's a success right there. Jacksonville? Yeah, because I want to get some distance here.
1366 is ready for push and start.
Because then we get to Jacksonville, then we could do Boston, we could do the West, we could go all the way to San Diego. I'm just thinking that's a good stretch right there. It's all full of ATC.
Cancun ground, really appreciate your service today. Have a good day.
So, that's what I'm thinking.
Have a good day as well.
Cancun ground, Southwest 1612 with hotel risk.
Southwest 1612, runway 1 to right, taxi via Hotel 2, Echo 3, Charlie 9er, Hotel runway 1 to right, and altimeter 2980.
Hotel 2, Echo 3, Charlie 9er, copy altimeter 4,
that's the plan, man.
1612.
Whoa. We're getting loaded in on. What the fuck? Take another gate, Echo.
United 1019, contact tower 118.1.
118.1, thank you for a search, 1019 going.
Have a good flight.
The pilot, there is delivery 122.1. Flight plan, load flight plan, select flight plan, open flight plan, file flight plan file. Okay, you guys ready for this?
Copa 8946, ready to copy?
Affirm, Copa 8946.
Copa 8946, you're clear to San Jose, Costa Rica via Cozumel, Upper Bravo 881, Urios, rest of flight plan. Climb via the Cozumel 1 Alpha departure to flight level 190 and expect final of 350. Your departure runway is going to be 1 to right and squawk 32034 for me, please. Copa 8946 cleared to San Jose via the Cozumel 1 Alpha Upper Bravo 881 to Urias. Then it's filed, we'll climb via the Cozumel 1 Alpha to file 190, expect 350 and 10, departure 212 right, squawk 3203.
Copa 8946, can you confirm squawk 3203?
Affirm, squawk 3203, Copa 8946.
Copa 8946, appreciate it. Readback is correct. You can contact Cancun ground on 121.0. Have a good day.
Alright, 121.0, we'll see you, Copa 8946.
Frontier 445, requesting IFR clearance with India, up to Chicago O'Hare, and yeah.
Oh yeah, there is that O'Hare event tonight. That would be good to go to Jacksonville then.
We are requesting IFR clearance, Frontier 45, up to Chicago O'Hare, with information India type 8320 Neo.
Frontier floating, what's your call sign, sorry?
Frontier 45.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Frontier 45, Cancun delivery, appreciate Roger, stand by for clearance.
Roger, will stand by.
Frontier 45, clear to Orlando via Cancun, Upper Tango 27, on beep, Upper Tango 45, eardrop, rest flatman. Climb to flight level 190, restricted, and then expect 380 as final. Your departure runway is going to be 1 to right, your departure procedure is going to be Cancun 3 Alpha, squawk 4231, please.
Roger, Frontier 45, squawk 4221, and clear to
Frontier 45, I need you to request the whole clearance, please.
Frontier 45, sorry about that. I was reading back my clearance and my mic just stopped. Okay, sorry about that. Squawk 4321, clear to O'Hare. Squawk 4321, Funday, the Cancun 3 Alpha departure. Time maintain 380 after 2 minutes, and yeah, I think that's good.
Frontier 45, Narcall, and read back correct. You can contact ground on 121.0. Have a good day.
Contacting ground 121.0, Frontier 45. Thank you for your ETC today, and see you.
See ya.
Okay.
can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die in the never
Buenas
not.
tardes, chicos 033 con India solicita permiso de tránsito.
Ticos 033, buenas tardes.
Con información, India solicita permiso de tránsito a Mike Papa Tango Oscar.
Recibido, Tico 033, quiero autorización de su plan de vuelo, ¿correcto?
Ya mandamos el plan de vuelo 033.
Perfecto, Tico 033, pendiente autorización, por favor.
Atento 033.
Tico 033, autorizaciones Cancún, ¿listo a copiar?
Prosiga 033.
Tico 033 está autorizado a Tocumen vía Tacux, superior MAX 782 con Mico, superior noviembre 420, Pelra, resto plan de vuelo. Hacienda vía la salida Tacux 1 Alfa a nivel de vuelo 190 y espera final 350. Salida por la pista 12 derecha, código transponder 3210, por favor.
Autorizado a Tocumen vía Tacux, posterior Omiro, nivel de vuelo inicial 190, espera a nivel final 350, salida estandarizada Tacux 1 Bravo, pista 12 derecha, responde 3210 Tico 033.
Tico 033, negativo, su salida es Tacux 1 Alfa y necesito que me diga explícitamente que va a ascender vía la salida Tacux 1 Alfa a nivel de vuelo inicial 190 y final 350, por favor.
Salida Tacux 1 Alfa, asciende vía salida, ascenso inicial 190, espera a final 350 Tico 033.
Tico 033, le agradezco mucho, colación correcta y puede contactar terrestre 1 para maniobras de remolque y arranque. Buen día.
1 para remolque, buenas tardes, Tico 033.
Southwest aircraft calling, please tell me your call sign again. Southwest 703, is that correct? Delta 703, Roger, Cancun clearance, standby please. Delta 703, I got your clearance, ready to copy? Delta 703, you're cleared to Jacksonville via OMPIV, Upper Tango 27, PISA, rest of flight plan climbed, climb and maintain flight level 180 restriction, and expect 380 as final. Your departure is going to be Cancun 3 Alpha, your departure runway is going to be 12 right, squawk 2455 for me please. Delta 703, just the restriction on the altitude is going to be flight level 190, 19,000 feet, please. Delta 703, appreciate it. Feedback is correct. You can contact Cancun ground on 121.0 for pushing start. Have a good day. See ya.
Thanks, Hondo. Trying to figure out this departure. So the Cancun 3 Alpha chart is for runway takeoff 12 right. Initial climb's 4,000. And what we do is we take off and then we just hook a right and we just hook a U. It's just the angle of that. It's gonna be all by hand. I mean, that's climb on the Cancun Romeo 125 to DME 4 Cancun or 900 in case of DME failure. Then turn right within 7 nautical miles to the Cancun VOR and depart that MCA for the assigned route. That's gonna be fun. Let me see if I can program it. It'd be nice if it's programmed in here. If I can program it in here, then we're good. I don't think the computer's gonna have it, but maybe I'll be corrected. Departure 12 right, Cancun 3 Alpha. Hey. Look at that. They put the arc in. They just made that too easy, didn't they? And then from there, we're direct. Amsuk. Where's that at? OMSUK. Yep, that looks right. Okay, look at that. We know what we're doing in international airspace. Psh. Come on. All right, are we boarded? Fuel, we got the fuel on, right? 60.1. $32.9. Enjoy, Hondo. Enjoy. See if I make a fool of myself in Mexican airspace. I think we know what we're doing. I think we're all kind of plugged in now. You know what I mean? What are we squawking? 2455? Is that what our other squawk was? It was. Look at that. We're already ready. Okay, ground for push. 121.0. Already have that in. Let's go. 118.1.
And Cancun Ground Southwest 589, ready to taxi.
Southwest 589, we're going to right, taxi via Hotel 2, Echo 3, Charlie 9er, Hotel runway 12 right, and altimeter 2980.
Alright, we'll taxi 12 right via Hotel 2, Echo 3, Charlie 9er, hold short, 12 right at Charlie 9er, Southwest 589.
American 192, just got off at the 12 left at Alpha, taxi to any stand at Terminal 3.
Cancun.
American 192, welcome to Cancun, taxi via Delta 1, Bravo 4, and on to ramp.
Delta 1, Bravo 4, American 192, to ramp, American. See ya. See ya.
Ground, good afternoon. Delta 703, we're at 841, requesting push and start.
Delta 703, hold position, I'll call you.
Roger that, holding position 703.
Well, JetBlue 1013 established gate 64 on Terminal 4. Thank you for the controls and congratulations on the great event. Bye-bye.
Thank you for flying, and bye-bye.
Listo, rodaje pico 033. Bye-bye.
Pico 033, ¿me puedes repetir, perdón?
Listo para el rodaje pico 033.
Pico 033, pista 1 derecha, ruede vía Charlie 9, mantenga antes pista y QNH 2980.
2980 Charlie 9, rodaje pico 033.
Copa 8946, contact tower 118.1, has a good flight.
118.1, we'll see ya, Copa 8946, thanks.
Mexicana 9720, Terminal 2, Gate 16, in neighbor safety 20 information, Hotel Lucas Airport, Queens to La Habana.
Mexicana 8, correction 9770, delivery is online, so contact delivery on the 122.1.
Got the delivery at 122.1, Mexicana 9770.
Alright, here we go, man.
Cancún terrestre, Cuba 041, hemos abandonado pista 12 derecha, vía Charlie 5 y solicitamos taxi a parqueo. Pero me puede repetir su call sign, por favor. Sí, ok, Vircuba 041. Vircuba 041, bienvenido a Cancún.
Yo,
¿A qué terminal se dirige? Terminal 3, señor. Okay, Vir Cuba 041, ruede.
What's going on, Chuck?
Charlie 5, Charlie, Bravo. Me confirma que terminal 3, ¿no? Una disculpa.
Sí, señor, terminal 3.
Va, una disculpa. Vir Cuba 041, rueda entonces Charlie 5, Charlie, Bravo 5, Bravo y arranque.
Ok, lo vamos a terminar 3 días. Charlie 5, Charlie, Bravo 5, Bravo. A terminar 3, Cuba 041.
Southwest 589, contact Tower 122, correction, 118.1.
Over to Tower 18, thanks for the wonderful service. Southwest 589, catch you soon.
And Delta 703, push and starter approved onto Bravo 4. If you could push back all the way behind Delta 1, that would be amazing.
Push and start approved and push all the way back behind Delta 1 for Delta 703. Yep, no problem.
Alright, thank you. And Delta 703, call when ready for taxi.
Call you when we're ready for taxi. Thanks, 703. I got him. Really wants me back there. Oh, all the way over here. All right, lurk away, my friend. Take it easy. All right, we're squawking.
Pico 033, contacta torre en 118.1, muy buen vuelo.
118.1, buenas tardes, Pico 033.
Y Vir Cuba 041, ¿me confirma a qué puerta va exactamente?
Sí, señor, un segundo.
Cancun ground, hello, Alpaca 56 Mike, vacated Alpha Tree.
Alpaca 56 Mike, welcome to Cancun. Which terminal are you going to?
Terminal 3, Alpaca 55.
Alright, Alpaca 56 Mike, taxi via Delta and hold short to Delta before Delta 1.
Taxi Delta, hold short, Delta 1, Alpaca 56 Mike.
Cancún, el Cuba 041, nos dirigimos hacia Puerta Papa 39 Alfa.
Perfecto, Vir Cuba 041, entonces continúe el rodaje a la puerta.
Ok, continuamos rodando a la puerta del punto 04.
we grab some extra fuel while we're here. Okay. Delta 703 is ready for taxi.
Delta 703, runway 12 right, taxi via Bravo 4, Charlie, Charlie 9er, hold your runway 12 right, and altimeter 2980.
Bravo 4, Charlie, Charlie 9, hold short, 12 right, altimeter 2980 for Delta 703.
And Alpaca 56 Mike, you can turn right onto Delta 1, and after the Delta A320, you can taxi to the gate at your discretion. Taxi right on Delta 1, and after A320, gate at my discretion, Alpaca 56 Mike.
Okay, there we go. We're on the roll.
Memories are more powerful when we make them together, shared with friends and loved ones. Every flight is a chance to celebrate together. And when we celebrate, we connect the world.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard.
And thank you for flying with Delta.
Our first priority on every flight is the health and safety of our customers and crew. So before we depart,
please pay attention to this important safety message. Be sure that all carry-on items are securely stowed in an overhead bin, and place smaller items, including handbags, under the seat in front of you. If you lose your electronic device in your seat, please do not adjust your seat and ask a crew member for assistance. Please ensure all aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas are clear.
as we leave the gate, make sure your seatbelt is fastened. To fasten, insert the metal tip into the buckle and adjust the strap so it's low and tight across your lap. To release the belt, just lift the top of the buckle. If your seat has a shoulder harness, secure it by attaching the metal tip to the fitting on the belt. To release, remove the metal tip and allow the shoulder harness to retract.
Please remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened anytime the seatbelt sign is on. Even if the sign is off, please keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you're seated in case of sudden rough air. In the event of rough air, the crew might also need to buckle up for safety. We apologize if this means our service is interrupted.
Federal regulations require all passengers to comply with the posted placards and lighted information signs located throughout the cabin, in addition to any crew members' instructions.
Smoking, the use of e-cigarettes, or any smokeless product, including chewing tobacco, is not allowed on any Delta flight. Federal law prohibits tampering with, disabling, or destroying restroom smoke detectors. There are 8 exits on this plane. 8 doors, 4 on each side. Each door has a detachable slide that can be used as a raft. In the event of an evacuation, leave all carrying items behind. All exits are clearly marked with a green symbol. Arrows indicate the direction to these exits. Please take a moment to find the exits closest to you, and remember, they might be behind you. If there's a loss of power, lights will illuminate the aisle to guide you to an exit.
It's unlikely, but if cabin pressure changes, the panels inside the lavatories and above your seat will open, revealing oxygen masks. If this happens, reach up and pull the mask or red streamer towards you until the tube is fully extended to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth, slip the elastic strap over your head, and adjust the mask if necessary. Breathe normally and note that oxygen is flowing, so don't worry if the bag doesn't inflate. Be sure to adjust your own mask before helping others.
A water evacuation is also unlikely, but just in case, life vests are in a compartment beneath or adjacent to your seat. To use, remove the vest from its container by pulling on the tab and then opening the pouch. Slip the vest over your head, wrap the strap around your waist, and attach it to the buckle in front, and adjust securely around your waist. As you leave the plane, inflate the vest by pulling down on the red tab at the bottom of the vest, or manually inflate it by blowing into the tube at shoulder level. A water-activated light is attached to each vest.
For children who weigh less than 35 pounds, place the vest around the infant's waist and secure the strap between the legs. Refer to the safety information card for more information. Additional life vests for in-lap children are located in a marked compartment at the front and rear of the plane. We'll distribute these vests if necessary.
Now, before we take off, be sure your seat is upright. Your aisle armrests are at resting position and your tray table is put away. If you have a suite door, ensure it is open. Please note that there is a placard on the door, visible when closed, explaining how to use the suite door in case of an emergency. Please take a moment to review the safety information card, which is in your seat pocket.
As we come through the cabin for our final safety check, please let us know if you have any questions.
Wherever your celebrations take you, thanks for choosing Delta to fly you there.
Now, as we get ready for takeoff, please settle in and have a wonderful flight. Thank you for flying with Delta.
Have a good flight.
118.1 for Delta 703, thanks. One, two. Got it. Okay, we're set.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Are we ready? Cancun Tower. Good evening again. This is Delta 703. We're holding short 12 right at Alpha.
Delta 703, welcome back. 12 right, wind 130 at 7, clear for takeoff in the air. Departure 124.2. Have a good flight.
Clear for takeoff 12 right and departure 124.2. Delta 703, thanks. Here we go. We guessed right. Let's go. There's that cargo Lux. Okay, autopilot's on.
Tomcat 182.
Good margins, Delta 703, we're climbing 2.6 on Cancun 3 Alpha.
Delta 703, good evening, radar contact, climb PNC 270.
I'm via SID 270, Delta 703. Okay, here's the grand turn.
8946, contact Merida now, 128.3, bye-bye.
128.3, we'll see you, Copa 8946.
So since we have to keep the speed so low, I'm keeping the flaps out just a hair long.
And departure. Southwest 589, I'd just like to report a moderate turbulence the whole way up.
That was Southwest 589?
Affirm.
The pirate?
Thank you, we'll pass it on.
Pirate? Oh, this is the 320. We can get some better views. Let's see. How are we doing on this? What are we doing over here? We're finishing the turn. Once we pass over Cancun, I'll put the flaps in.
Southwest 589, contact Merida now, 128.3.
128.3, Southwest 589, thanks.
Which? Delta 703, fly direct to Ombi.
Correct Adki for 700. Radki. Interesting. This one didn't really plug in.
Próximo nivel 200, pico 033.
Pico 003, estoy esperando que me sete el handoff medio, un minuto.
Sí.
Pico 033, contacto Mérida 128.3, buenas tardes.
128.3, buenas tardes, Pico 033.
I guess the init didn't pull it. That's why we're having some issues there. All right, whatever. We need to put the arrival in though. Arrival. The pricey 335 right. Cigar. Cool.
That's 703 and see you, the BL from track, approximately 20 degrees. Just making sure what is your next waypoint.
We were given direct route key for 703.
Direct what, sorry?
Route Romeo, Oscar, Tango, Golf, India. Isn't that what we got?
You have route in your flight plan.
Yeah, we think you gave us that direct. Was that not right?
Yeah, that was probably a mistake. What do you have after Rodgi?
After Rotki, we have Oxpg, XOPGI.
I don't know, I get it now. I get you. Rodgi was supposed to be in your flight time, but I gave you direct to OMBIP. If you can fly direct to OMBIP. That's Oscar Mike Victor India Papa.
Oh, sure, we can do Octi. We'll do that right now for Delta 703.
Thank you.
That was the problem. Ocpi Rocky. That's what it was. Okay, well, problem solved. Now we're Octi. Ocpi Obji.
Departure KLM 696 Heavy, passing 2300, traffic 110.
KLM 696 Heavy, good evening, react contact. Climb near the scene to flight level 200.
Flight level 200 via the Cessna KLM 696 Heavy.
Yeah, brah. Is 27 the top? No, because we're on departure still, right? 124.2. Yeah, we're on departure still. So we're gonna do 128.3.
That's 703, contact area. Now 128.3.
128.3 for Delta 703, thanks.
Cero México 452, West 340. Cero México 452, lanzas contacto radar, mantenga 340. Mantenemos 340, México 452.
Radio Center, good evening, Delta 703, climbing through 24.8, 270.
Delta 703, radar contact, climbing team level 380 and proceed direct to CSAT.
380 and direct Repeat.
Are you flying direct to media?
We're direct OCP, X-ray Oscar Papa Golf India.
Alright, and after that, which point?
We have Rakkar and then Alpuck.
Alright, and after Rakkar, do you have BSET?
After Rakkar, we have Alpuck and then Media.
Great. Resume nav, thank you.
Resume on navigation for about 700. What's the mix-up here? What is? Why are we having issues? Why are we? It seems like we're having something happen. Did we upload the wrong? Oh. 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 Okay, how do I click that? Well, they're dropping off anyways. Okay, I see what's going on here. I see what happened. I see. I see. We'll chalk this one up to a file issue. We'll chalk this up to a good old... Yeah, that makes a difference. Where's the... There. Ooh, yeah. Wow. Damn. I see. Yeah. We're just on the wrong track. We're on the totally wrong track. So I didn't update the destination to be Orlando. I left the flight plan in from Jacksonville. And then I loaded in the flight plan into Orlando in the FMC and didn't update the VATSIM flight plan. That's what happened. That is what happened. Well, once we break out of the airspace, I think we'll disconnect and we'll choose something else. We'll start fresh. Chicago's picking up. We gotta figure out where do we start to go into Chicago. There are like a ton of aircraft at Reagan, and they're all going.
No, Canada 6967, passing flight level 212, climbing on the map, just 276.
Canada 696 with radar contact, climb maintain level 370.
Flight level 370, Canada 6967.
Frontier 45, we stay on the same frequency for now, right?
Frontier 45, say again, please.
Repeat, please.
Yes. Can you say again, please?
We stay on the same frequency for now, right?
Yeah, actually you can monitor this frequency until AirDoff, then monitor Unicom 122.8, Houston Oceanic is offline today.
Roger, monitor Unicom at waypoint AirDoff, India Romeo, Oscar Delta, Victor, thanks for the ACC snap.
Good night.
That's it. That's an oops. That's an oops. I think the plan is DCA, Chicago, fresh start. Look at all the people just sitting at the gates at DCA. Everybody. That'd be a good round trip.
Delta 703, monitor this frequency on social media, then monitor Unicom 122.8, Houston Oceanic is offline, good day.
Monitor Util Medea and then Unicom after for United, or Delta 703. Thanks, yeah.
See ya.
Yeah. We're just gonna crash it. But it gives us time, I think, to get the controllers on. Maybe.
Radar low, this is United 690, passing flight level 210.
United 690, radar contact, climb maintain flight level 370.
Climb maintain flight level 370 for United 690.
Okay, I got the flight plan built. All I have to do is update Navigraph and restart the song. Yo, what up, Irish? What's going on? What's going on?
Maria American 1132 climbing 14,000 for flight level 200.
American 1132, radar contact, climb maintain flight level 350.
Climb maintain 350, American 1132.
We're having a bit of a flight kerfuffle, so once we get to Medea, we're gonna disconnect. Washing and polishing the car, and it's taking longer. Well, get it right? Sounds relaxing though. Nice little fall car sprucing. Yeah, we totally blew the flight plan on this one. Oops. Yeah. We so we just, it's a long story. It's a very long story. We changed destinations, but the controller didn't give us the clearance for the updated clearance, and so we were originally cleared to Jacksonville, and then we wanted to change that to Orlando, and that changed everything. And then when we uploaded the Orlando flight plan, he didn't take that. He took the Jacksonville one. But then we programmed the computer to init for the sim brief plan to Orlando, and that took all of the Orlando stuff and the departure and everything. So we're flying waypoints that they're like, "What waypoint are you going to next?" I'm like, "I'm going to this one. It's right here at the flight plan." We're looking at different things. So, yeah. Unfortunate. Because if you look here, this shows it very clearly. Like, here's the Orlando route. Here's the Jacksonville route, and we're just off. So that's what they're looking at. They're like, why that? What the hell? And we're like, no, we're going to Orlando, dude. You know, we go up this way to Cigar, and then we shoot off. So yeah. No, I don't think ATC. I mean, they saw that we were off, but then I told them my waypoints. They're like, okay, just resume that navigation. So yeah, unfortunate mix-up. We're gonna do a DCA to Chicago for that Chicago. Jesus, look at it. This must be a group. Good, get him out of the way early.
American 1130. American 1132. Contact Havana Center 135.
Yeah. go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Look at this. Watch this little load. Boom. Lovely. All right, let's see the line here. Holy shit. What the hell is that guy doing? It's chaos here. People just plugging their flight plans in the air. Whoa. Look at all the people leaving. Good lord. Wait, there's no way that we're going under the radar here. What? No, why can't we go up? Right? The hell is that shit? See, here we go. Here's another flight plan scenario.
wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to see final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Pilot transfer will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that GPS gun here full on the pilot attempt that there will be the operations of the aircraft aircraft. If you appreciate your business having to board this flight, if there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
Oh, it is. Thank you, Chuck. It is indeed. Appreciate that. Okay, go in here. Departure. Departure runway 9. Okay. Runway 9. Highland 6. Well, it's 27 left. Windy 2. FNT. Okay, 60.5. 33.2. Oh, I appreciate that, Chuck. Come on, load it. There we go. And flaps set 1. Okay. We're ready for push. Okay, call for push.
Now up close. Now dance like you out your clothes. Shake a real slow and roll. That's right, do it like a pro. Green light, go.
Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Boston ground, WestJet 1189, radio check. 5x5.
Now we're ready for push. Okay. Boston ground, good evening. Delta 703, Stan, Charlie 30, information November, ready for push and start.
Delta 703, Boston ground, push on the Alpha is approved.
Push on to Alpha approved, Delta 703. Helicopter is like right over my house. Holy shit. A little bit more light. Everybody's going to Chicago. This will be one of those classic we can get in but can we get out situations. It does, doesn't it, Dell? How we doing, man? Welcome back in. Yeah, I just actually changed some settings recently as well.
Boston ground, November 95315 signature.
How's it going, Del?
Looking for IFR clearance.
Happy Sunday.
To Bradley with November.
November 95315, Boston ground. Clear to Bradley International Airport via Logan 4 departure. Radar vectors Bosox, then as filed. Maintain 3000, departure frequency 133.0, squawk 5574.
Clear to Bradley via Logan 4 departure. Radar vector Bosox as filed. Climb maintain 3000, frequency 133.0. Squawk 5574 for 95315.
November 315, reback is correct, advise ready to taxi.
We'll advise when ready to taxi 315.
Okay. Up to 703, ready for taxi.
Up to 703, remain 9er, taxi re Alpha Kilo, hold turn 4 left.
Runway 9 via Alpha Kilo, hold short 4 left, Delta 70. Okay.
Boston ground, this is American 3542, requesting IFR clearance to Havana with information Charlie.
Nice.
American 3542 Boston ground, you should have received the PDC. Let me know if you didn't get it.
I don't think I got it.
Memories are more powerful when we make them together. Shared with friends and loved ones.
United,
Every flight is a chance to celebrate together. And when we celebrate, we connect the world.
That's a quick hop, isn't it?
Welcome aboard, and thank you for flying.
Yeah, there's an event Dell up in Chicago tonight. I think it's at Midway though.
Please pay attention to the
We're going
support and safety
over
message. Be sure that all carry-on items are securely stowed in an overhead bin and place smaller items, including handbags, under the seat in front of you. If you lose your electronic device in your seat, please do not adjust your seat and ask a crew member for assistance. Please ensure all aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas are clear.
Departure frequency 130.
Yo, Galaxy, thanks for the follow.
Welcome to the buckle and adjust the strap so it's low and tight across your lap. To release the belt, just lift the top of the buckle. If your seat has a shoulder harness, secure it by attaching the metal tip to the fitting on the belt. To release,
Who are you watching, Dell? What game are you watching?
To retract.
Please remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened anytime the seatbelt sign is on. Even if the sign is off, please keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you're seated in case of sudden rough air. In the event of rough air, the crew might also need to buckle up for safety. We apologize if this means our service is interrupted.
Federal regulations require all passengers to comply with the posted placards and lighted information signs located throughout the cabin, in addition to any crew member's instructions.
Smoking, the use of e-cigarettes, or any smokeless product, including chewing tobacco, is not allowed on any Delta flight. Federal law prohibits tampering with, disabling, or destroying restroom smoke detectors. There are 8 exits on this plane, 8 doors, 4 on each side. Each door has a detachable slide that can be used as a ramp.
703, hold short 4 left, monitor tower, correct, monitor departure 133.0.
All exits are clearly marked with
Hold short 4 left and monitor
arrows
departure.
indicate the direction to these exits. Please take a moment to find the exits closest to you, and remember, they might be behind you. If there's a loss of power, lights will illuminate the aisle to guide you to an exit.
It's unlikely, but if cabin pressure changes, the panels inside the lavatories and above your seat will open, revealing oxygen masks. If this happens, reach up and pull the mask or red streamer towards you until the tube is fully extended to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth, slip the elastic strap over your head, and adjust the mask if necessary.
Looking good, we're looking
and know that
real
oxygen
good.
is flowing, so don't worry if the bag doesn't inflate. Be sure to adjust your own
Delta
mask.
703, Boston, departure across runway 4 left to Kilo, right turn
But
Mike.
just in case, life vests are in
Cross
a
4 left on
compartment unique or
Kilo, right
adjacent
turn
to
on
your
Mike,
seat.
Delta 703.
To use, remove the vest from its container by pulling on the tab and then opening the pouch. Slip the vest over your head, wrap the strap around your waist, and attach it to the buckle in front, and adjust securely around your waist. As you leave the plane, inflate the vest by pulling down on the red tab at the bottom of the vest, or manually inflate it by blowing into the tube at shoulder level. A water-activated light is attached to each vest.
For children who weigh less than 35 pounds, place the vest around the infant's waist and secure the strap between the legs. Refer to the safety information card for more information. Additional light vests for in-lap children are located in a marked compartment at the front and rear of the plane. We'll distribute these vests if necessary.
Now, before we take off, be sure your seat is upright. Your aisle armrests are at resting position, and your tray table is forward. If you have a suite door, ensure it is open. Please note that there is a placard on the door, visible when closed, explaining how to use the suite door in case of an emergency. Please take a moment to review the safety information card, which is in your seat pocket.
As we come through the cabin for our final safety check, please let us know if you have any questions.
Wherever your celebrations take you, thanks for choosing Delta to fly you there.
Now, as we get ready for takeoff, please settle in and have a wonderful flight. Thank you for flying with Delta.
Here we go.
Okay, let's go.
Delta 703, runway 9er cleared for takeoff. Traffic a 5-mile final for the crossing runway.
Clear for takeoff, runway 9er, Delta 703. Let's go. AKA, get your ass moving. Move, we shall.
Southwest 3340, welcome to Boston. Join the high speed, runway 33 right, hold short, runway 4 left.
High speed 3 left and hold short at 4 left, Southwest 3340.
That was a long V1. That took forever.
Southwest 3340, cross runway 4 left, left turn at November. Hold short, runway 15 right.
Alright, cross 4 left and
okay, we're out of here.
Turn on November and hold short at 15 right. Southwest 3340.
Delta 703, radar contact, altitude leaving.
That's through 1.9 for Delta 703.
Delta 703, thanks. Maintain 6,000, higher short.
Maintain 6,000, Delta 703.
Southwest 3340, short of 15 right, ground is 121.9 or so long.
Alright, go to ground, Southwest 3340, thanks for the...
There we go. Yeah, the O'Hare special, that's what it is. Wait, it is O'Hare? I thought it was Midway. Oh, then we're definitely in luck. I thought it was, but then I looked at the map and Midway was the only one bumping.
Austin ground, Southwest 3340 on November, holding short of 15 right.
Check your frequency, you're still in departure.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, 250, 4,000. Looking good. You're looking real good. Yeah, I thought it was O'Hare. But I was like, the map didn't look like it. Let me see if I can pull that up. Oh yeah, now they're cooking. Now they're cooking. Before it was just Midway that had full services. Hell yeah. Sweet.
Delta 703, contact the Boston Center 134.7.
134.7 for Delta 703, please.
JetBlue 1621, welcome to Boston, November, hold short on the Okay, you know, I play 1614, or 1614 New York is offline, so you can just descend at your discretion. Radio service terminated, frequency change approved.
Doors inside, cheer frequency change approved, still on Unicom multiple 18. Thank you for your service, man. You did a really good job. Keep it up. See ya.
United 408, contact Cleveland Center 119.87.
What's the 1300, Boston Center, good afternoon, and turn line 31,000.
United 408, contact Cleveland Center on 125.42. 125.42 for 408. And I'm sorry, who else was calling there unanswered?
It was
WestJet 1300, Boston Center open. Delta 703, Boston Center.
Center 703, we're passing through 5.6 for 6.
703, welcome. Climb and maintain flight level 320.
I maintain 320, Delta 703.
November 3 X-ray Sierra, contact Boston approach 133.0. Take care.
Alright, 33 Nelson, thanks for the ATC, man. Great job. November 43 Sierra.
Thank you. American 1067, connect Cleveland Center 125.45.
Let's go.
125.45 for American 1077.
All right, up we go. Outstanding.
2021 Boston Center, climbing maintain, level, question climbing maintain 17,000, the Providence altimeter 2946. 17,000, Southwest 2021. WestJet 1202, descend to maintain, the level 1900. WestJet 1202, descend to maintain, flight level 1900. 190, what's up, level 2? JetBlue 685.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people going to Chicago.
Shamrock 120.
They are. No, they are. Hey, whatever, man. It's gonna look awesome. It's gonna look sick.
Boston Center, good evening, I'm from.
Look at the airport there. It's pretty busy there.
Air France,
Boston's popping.
Boston Center, Jet 285, with flight of 340, function 5, arrival. JetBlue 685, Boston Center, welcome. Descend at pound's discretion, maintain for level 280, and squawk 5352. Jet 2, down to, down to, flight level 280, and squawking 5352. Southwest 2281, clear direct pro. Actually, I have to give you Roebuck, so Southwest 2281, clear direct to Roebuck. Direct Roebuck, Southwest 2281.
Boston Center, giving Shamrock 120 heavy, we're with you, flight 35012 from Salem.
Shamrock 120, Boston Center, welcome. Radar contact, cleared direct to Alex.
Alright, direct to Alex, Shamrock 120.
We're golden now. We're just on our way up, man. Up and out. There's 3 Cleveland centers. Good lord. Is that enough? We didn't check. Is the weather shitty? The hell is that? No. Chicago looks aight.
Boston Center, this is WestJet 1300. I'm having internet difficulties. Can you guys still hear me?
WestJet 1300, I have you 5x5. Yeah, how do you hear me? 5x5.
What is that?
Southwest 2281, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 4 right. Delete the speed restriction at Roebuck, Boston altimeter 2944.
Descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, expect to delete the speed restriction at Roebuck, and runway 4 right, Southwest 2281.
JetBlue 685, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 2944.
Okay, we're in our flight.
Descend by the Ocean right,
Oh yeah, we didn't finish our UFO.
WestJet 1202, cross Basie.
We gotta get to the bottom of this
UFO. The Stewart altimeter
They either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now,
Hell yeah.
that motherfucker back there is not real.
Good evening, JetBlue 320, what's your
And
flight
you
level
can sit on this plane and you can
JetBlue
fucking
320
die with
Boston,
them or
Federal.
not. I'm not going to.
Okay. All right. Now that she's piped down. We got aliens. We got to figure out this alien situation.
In the investigation into the alleged Kecksburg UFO crash, ground-penetrating radar has revealed an anomalous source of metal at the exact spot where eyewitnesses claimed the UFO crashed in 1965. The team has exposed the site and are ready to continue digging to discover the source of the metal.
Come on.
But within minutes, the
$10 says
investigation
it's just like
hits an
scrap, just like
wall.
garbage.
The GPR told us that you've got metallic conductivity, and I'm hitting bedrock.
42
now,
Boston
either
it's
the
just
object skimmed along the surface
bootlegger,
or the metal would have to be
metal,
under the
scrap,
bedrock,
copper.
which is totally unlikely.
Maybe this thing
Falcon
did
with the
come
follow.
across
Welcome
this
in.
area and left some kind of a residue on the stone.
It's all garbage.
But upon closer examination, the bedrock itself is the reason for the anomalous hits. According to Pete, this bedrock contains iron.
The rocks themselves could be so heavily ferrous that they're giving a false positive to the GPR.
But I tell you,
So whatever hits we got
we begin this
may
video,
have nothing to do with the crash.
we end this video just where we began, just inconclusive evidence. I wouldn't even call it evidence. It's all just.
Despite the bedrock's false hits, the overwhelming
We're
witness
nowhere
testimony
further.
and the corroborating interviews makes the site compelling.
Yeah, compelling, but
This is where
not
everyone agrees the
significant.
object came down. And there was, according to all eyewitnesses, a military presence hauling this craft away. We didn't find anything today, but object
I feel like I
crashed
just
right here
wasted
in
45
Kecksburg.
minutes of my life watching this. Oh yeah, back to the
Bill
other one.
now turns back to the Needles crash.
Here we go. Yeah.
George Knapp, an investigative reporter for
Oh my
KLAS
God.
television in Las Vegas,
Well, don't make this.
has a surprising lead on the helicopters
Surprisingly.
allegedly seen
Oh,
after
Jesus.
the crash.
Feed me, feed me.
We were working on a story about black helicopters before
Okay.
we started working on this Needle story. Figured out who they were. They work for this very interesting outfit out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, the Night Stalkers.
The Night
Task Force
Stalkers.
160.
Okay. Oh yeah, Task Force 160. I know about them.
The Night Stalkers, or Task Force 160, is a special ops aviation regiment, and it requires a secret clearance for all of its members.
When George Knapp's investigating what group of black helicopters might have been operating in Needles, California, he discovered they were the Night Stalkers, the very same group that was transporting a flaming object in the Cash Landrum incident in Texas in 1980.
The Cash Landrum incident, like Needles, involved military helicopters pursuing and removing a strange glowing object, which led to 3 witnesses developing strange blisters and radiation
One of those
sickness.
candle things, candle lanterns.
But Knapp's investigation digs further and discovers military personnel that were working in Needles on unnamed top secret projects.
What?
Could these be the elusive men in black, reported by many UFO witnesses?
Maybe.
These guys were driving back to Las Vegas from Needles. Pretty soon they come up and they drive up right next to us, the engine running, and they get out and start talking to us. They said they're federal agents. They flashed a badge, and sure enough, they are legitimately federal agents. They work for an agency I had never heard of before. They transport nuclear weapons.
133.0.
But the specifics of why these agents are in Needles are still unknown.
Still unknown. Oh, man.
They're highly trained. They're a dangerous group of people. These guys are commandos. They carry all kinds of weapons. They're very tough customers. I'm not sure that they're going to be happy that they've got this much attention.
bravery to come forward.
Despite their presence, Knapp doesn't believe that these agents are men in black, or that they are involved with the nearby crash. Yet in both the Needles and Kecksburg crashes, eyewitnesses reported seeing large objects being hauled away by military vehicles.
These guys all looked like they could have been like 12 beers deep.
Who is?
That one guy said he saw it like 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning.
People who say there was a strange
Who's out fishing at 3 in the morning?
in black SUVs traveling in Needles right around the day after that event. Those stories are true.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever crashed, Area 51 planes were seen in the vicinity. The helicopters that retrieved the object may have been involved in another case, where people were exposed to radiation. And now, federal agents in the Needles area, by their own admission, have some association with nuclear weapons. Could this crash involve some craft that uses nuclear technology, emits radiation, and be so top secret that its home base is Area 51?
United 1732, contact Cleveland Center 125.
What's missing is hard physical evidence at an actual crash site.
2542 for...
Yo,
we know that there was military involvement
suppressing the information for TwitchCon.
They move in, they fill the air with misinformation.
3 days away,
and then
2
they
away.
deny that anything happened.
With sites cleansed of all signs of a crash,
This is a waste of 44
these
minutes.
incidents have national security implications.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever is falling out of the sky, the military seems intent on keeping it secret.
I feel like that was just a total waste of time. What is this?
Calling Boston for a second.
Poly mailers are a great way to package your products. And with Sticker Mule, ordering custom poly mailers has never been easier or faster.
Half the world is aflame as the horrors of war explode on a scale unparalleled in history.
This is American 3542.
The nuclear nightmare that has haunted man for decades has finally come true.
Center, climb and maintain flight level 230.
It's explosion, chaos, disorder, death, destruction.
That wouldn't be life as we know it.
Western civilization, as we know it now,
Yeah,
will
let me
be
take
for all
this
practical
video.
purposes wiped out of map.
A global cataclysm, not of nature, but at the hands of mankind itself.
125.42, American 231, thanks for the ATC, have a good night.
Will you be ready?
I want some more
doomsday
aviation
strikes?
videos. All right, man.
Can any of us
We
survive?
have some modern marvels. Airplanes.
This is what's at 1300 IMOC. Thank you.
Fiber composites, something strange happens. The aluminium begins to corrode incredibly quickly. Something about carbon fiber causes aluminium to oxidize and fall apart. Carbon fiber is like aluminium's kryptonite. This phenomenon is called galvanic corrosion, and it happens when two materials that have dissimilar electric potentials or nobilities are placed in contact with an electrolyte, like salt water. If we look at the galvanic series, which quantifies materials' nobilities, we can see graphite is very noble on the far end of the left scale, while aluminium is quite far to the right. When this occurs, an electric potential forms between the two materials that causes the two materials to trade electrons and ions, which results in the anode being eaten away. This effect is made even worse when the surface of the more noble material, the cathode, is very large in comparison to the less noble material, the anode. Say, for example, when carbon fiber composites are fastened together using aluminium fasteners. To avoid this corrosion, the engineers needed to pick a material closer to carbon in the galvanic series, and the closest suitable metal was titanium. This has been a huge source of cost in manufacturing. Boeing's production cost was higher than its sales price for quite some time, meaning they were making a loss on each aircraft sold. This is fairly typical for new airliners, as R&D and manufacturing tooling costs take time to recoup, and companies like Boeing typically spread these costs over a period of time on each plane,
$1 billion
instead
per
of just
quarter.
having a massive negative balance sheet in 1 year. But because the 787 was so radically new, these sunk development costs, called deferred costs, were expected to reach $25 billion before Boeing even reached a break-even point on each plane sold, where the cost of manufacturing equaled the sales price. In comparison, the Boeing 777 reached $3.7 billion. To recoup costs as fast as possible, it was essential that Boeing reduce the cost of production, and high on their list was the elimination of titanium parts where possible. The frame around the cockpit windows, for example, were initially made out of titanium, but were changed to aluminium with a special coating to prevent corrosion, while some parts that were originally titanium were changed to composites, like the door frames. Other improvements were sought to make the manufacturing process for titanium less costly. Many metallic parts used on aircraft start off as large blocks of metal that have to be machined down into their final shape. This results in a ton of wasted metal as the metal is gradually shaved away. Aircraft manufacturers quantify this wastage with something called a buy-to-fly ratio, and it's a huge source of increased manufacturing costs. Costs that Boeing has tackled by collaborating with Norsk Titanium, a titanium 3D printing company. Now, making 3D printed metal parts is not easy. Most titanium 3D printing involves a powdered titanium that is melted together using lasers. Researchers used high-speed X-ray imaging to visualize what happens during this process and found a lot of imperfections. The track varies in height, the powder gets blasted away, resulting in varying thickness and separated tracks, and even bubbles form, causing pores in the metal. This creates parts with a lot of micro-imperfections, and imperfections lead to decreased life as fatigue causes cracks to form. We can visualize a material's fatigue strength by plotting on an SN curve, which places the magnitude of the alternating stress on the y-axis and the number of cycles it survived on the x-axis. For traditional machined titanium, it looks something like this, whereas for 3D printed parts, it looks like this. 3D printed parts simply fail much sooner because of these tiny imperfections. Norsk has worked to improve this. Instead of using laser sintering with powder, Norsk have developed a revolutionizing, patented, wire-based metallic 3D printing system for titanium that they monitor with 600 frames per second cameras for quality control. These 3D printed parts are then machined down into their final shape, reducing the total titanium used by 25 to 50%. And their printing method is 50 to 100 times faster than the powder printing method. This process resulted in the first ever FAA-certified 3D printed structural components, and they first flew on Boeing 787. This plane is truly innovative.
At Vistaprint, we can get your brand into your customers' hands, or their heads, or their backs.
That's wild.
Titanium was not the only material Boeing worked on removing from the plane's construction to save on cost. Copper once formed an important part of the 787's wing, where it was laid down in thin strips on the wing's surface. This is not a typical design choice for aircraft wings, and once again, it was influenced by the 787's composite construction, because composite materials are not good conductors. Carbon fibers are great conductors, but problems arise because of the plastic resin binding them together, as this resin is an insulating material, preventing the passage of electricity, which is a massive problem for planes, as getting hit by lightning is not a rare occurrence. One study calculated that lightning strikes occurred once every 3,000 hours of flying between 1950 and 1975, a 787 was struck by lightning while taking off from Heathrow. Upon landing in India, 42 to 46 holes were found in the fuselage as a result of resistive heating. The plane survived and was flown back to London for repairs with no passengers aboard, but composites' vulnerability to this kind of damage is a drawback, and the repair process is more complicated than with aluminium. However, this strike could have been much worse. If the electricity does not run smoothly along the surface of the plane and exit, it may cause a spark in the fuel tanks and cause an explosion.
Yeah.
This kind of accident was not uncommon in the early days of the airline industry. Pan Am Flight 214 was struck by lightning while it flew in a holding pattern, waiting for a lightning storm to pass at Philadelphia International Airport in 1967. Its left-wing fuel tank exploded, causing the plane to barrel out of control to the ground in flames. Since then, the aviation sector has implemented rigorous safety measures and lightning protection tests to ensure an accident like this could never happen again. Early 787 wings were designed with copper strips to ensure the electrons had a path of low resistance along the surface of the wing, ensuring they wouldn't travel to the fuel tank and cause a spark, while also preventing resistive heating damage to the composite structure. Fasteners were sealed with an insulating material to stop electricity from traveling down the metallic fastener into the fuel tank, and the fastener themselves were fitted with compression rings and a sealant to eliminate potential spark locations caused by gaps and sharp edges. Finally, the 787 has a nitrogen inerting system that fills the tank with nitrogen. Ignition can't happen without oxygen. Boeing has since removed 2 of these protections in a cost-saving measure, removing the copper mesh and insulating caps, which drew concern and criticism. But Boeing argues that between the nitrogen inerting system and the other safety measures, these expensive features were not needed. Where composites couldn't be used, other materials were chosen. The leading edge of the wing and tail, the tail cone, and parts of the engine cowling were all made from aluminium or other metals. The leading edges of the plane needed aluminium because of composites' poor impact resistance. While composites have extremely high strength, they can be brittle on sudden impacts, such as bird strikes, which most commonly happen at the leading edge of the wing or on the engines. Metals are able to deform on impact with a reduced chance of fracture, instead of shattering as composites would. Aluminium leading edges were also beneficial for the purpose of de-icing because it is a good thermal conductor. If you have ever flown on a very cold day, you may have seen a truck spray fluid onto the wings of the plane. This is de-icing fluid, a heated mixture of glycol and water. It's needed because most planes aren't capable of de-icing themselves on the ground. The 787 can, when fed with external power, because it uses a new type of de-icing system. The 787 uses electrically heated blankets bonded to the surface of the slats, which are able to heat the surface of the wing and melt or prevent any ice formation on the leading edge of the wing. Traditionally, ice is prevented by extracting hot bleed air from the engine and piping it to vulnerable areas, such as the leading edge of the wing, where ice buildup could severely interfere with the wing's operation. This draws valuable energy away from the engines and increases fuel consumption, while also requiring a complicated network of tubing and exhausts, which add weight and increases complexity of construction and maintenance. The electric heating system is twice as efficient as the extracted bleed air system, as no excess energy is lost through venting air to the atmosphere, and it also reduces drag as the exhaust holes for the bleed air on the lower side of the wing create drag. The 787 is actually the first commercial airliner that has eliminated this bleed air system, which was a huge technical challenge and required a complete redesign of several systems and an entirely new engine. In our next video, we are going to explore the incredible engineering behind the power systems of the 787, exploring the advancements in the jet engine and the overall system architecture.
Word.
The images you are seeing right now have been a closely guarded secret for years. This is the first time.
1150, climbing 14000 direct Highland. Hey, Kyle Boston, finish again.
I really think it should go
That's United 1150, 9.5 for 14,000.
I gotta go.
Boston Center, hello, climb
It's
and
hard to
maintain
explain the
360.
engineering marvel that is the SR-71 Blackbird,
United
a
1150.
long-range plane capable of flying 26 kilometers above the surface of the planet, so high that the pilots could see the curvature of the planet and the inky black of space from their cockpits. It flew so fast that the engineers had to develop entirely new materials and designs to mitigate and dissipate the heat generated from aerodynamic friction. Entirely unique engines were needed to function from 0 all the way up to Mach 3.2, dealing with the myriad of problems like cooling, fuel efficiency, and supersonic shockwaves interfering with airflow. A plane so advanced that when it detected a surface-to-air missile, its response was simply to change course and speed up. Even though the missiles had a higher top speed, they couldn't achieve the range and high altitude maneuverability the Blackbird could. This allowed the SR-71 to run hundreds of missions through Vietnam, North Korea, and Iraq without ever losing an aircraft to enemy fire, despite multiple attempts. The entire plane was built around a propulsion system, which alone was a miracle of engineering design. For one, no turbine-driven jet engine can operate with supersonic flow at its inlet. Yet, this plane was powered by the Pratt & Whitney J58 turbojet engine. But get this, off the shelf, these engines could only provide 17.6% of the thrust required for Mach 3.2 flight, a speed which the SR-71 could cruise at for extended periods of time. How on earth did it manage that? In order to achieve those kinds of speeds, a ramjet is typically needed. A ramjet, as you can probably guess from the name, relies on ram pressure to operate. Ram pressure is simply the pressure that occurs as the plane rams itself through the air. So, as the engine moves through the sky, it funnels this high-pressure air inside. Before entering the combustion chamber, the supersonic airflow must be first slowed down. This basically acts like the compressor stage of a normal jet engine, elevating the air pressure before it enters the combustion chamber. Once the air enters the combustion chamber, it is mixed with fuel and ignited. It expands and accelerates once again out of the exit nozzle. With no moving parts, this type of engine is capable of flying at speeds far greater than a typical turbine-driven engine. But it cannot start from zero. It needs forward movement in order to achieve the correct compression of air in the combustion chamber. So, they are either dropped from a conventional plane, have a secondary propulsion system, or are a hybrid of a conventional jet engine and a ramjet, which is precisely what the SR-71 used. The turbojet J58 engine of the SR-71 is nestled inside the nacelle here. In front and around the J58 is a complicated system of airflow management. These control mechanisms allow the propulsion system to transition from a primarily turbojet engine to a ramjet engine in mid-flight. First, the inlet spike. It is capable of moving forward and back by 0.66 meters. This adjusts the inlet and throat area, which controls the airflow entering the engine. It also keeps the position of the normal shockwave at its ideal position between the inlet throat and the compressor. This is the most efficient position for the shockwave, as it minimizes the energy lost due to drag as air flows over the shockwave. The inlet spike stays in the forward position until Mach 1.6. After this point, it begins to move backwards by 41 millimeters for every 0.1 increase in Mach number, keeping the shockwave in its ideal position. The inlet spike contains perforations which connect to the outside of the nacelle through ducts. Initially, the airflow will come from the outside in to provide additional airflow to the turbojet engines. But once the plane hits about Mach 0.5, this airflow reverses. As the plane speeds up, the inlet spike develops a significant boundary layer of air. A boundary layer is a layer of very slow-moving air that clings to the surface of objects. By bleeding this layer of slow-moving air off the inlet spike, it frees up a greater area of the inlet area for high-energy, fast-moving air. and thus improves efficiency.
Delta
Around the
1114, New
engine,
York
there
approach
is a
closed.
bypass
Radar
area
terminated.
which
Frequency
takes
change
air
approved.
from the inlet and
Over to
bypasses
the
it
town, Delta
around the
1114,
J58
see ya.
engine. This
American
air was used to
3542,
cool the
Washington Center is
J58,
closed.
which
Radar
again
service terminated.
improved engine
Frequency change
efficiency
approved.
and allowed the plane to fly faster. After the air passes the
Switching
engine,
to
it
Unicom,
rejoins the
American
airflow just
3542,
after
having
the
next.
engine after burner, adding additional thrust as more oxygen becomes available for combustion and increases the pressure through the ejector nozzle. Air got into this bypass area in a number of ways. There was a shock trap, otherwise known as the cowl bleed, located here, which again helped minimize boundary layer growth. There were sucking doors located here, which only opened from Mach 0 to Mach 0.5 to add additional air to the bypass for engine cooling. Air from the aft bypass doors, located just before the J58 engine, also fed into the bypass. These, together with the forward bypass doors, which vented to the atmosphere, were used to control the pressure level in the inlet at the optimum level. If it was getting too high, a pressure sensor would trigger the forward bypass doors to open, allowing more air to exit the inlet, while the aft bypass doors were controlled by the pilot. These doors played a critical role in maintaining the position of the normal shock wave. If this was mismanaged, the engine would lose control of the normal shock wave and may even spit it out of the intake, resulting in a sudden power loss called an unstart, which would cause the plane to violently yaw in the direction of the faulty engine. If this happened, the forward bypass doors would open fully and the spike would move to the forward position to reduce back pressure and get the shockwave back into its normal position. Besides this bypass area that took air from the inlet and dumped it into the ejector, there were also 6 bypass ducts that took air from the compressor and dumped it directly into the afterburner. These ducts were the primary mechanism that transformed the engine from a turbojet into a ramjet. Afterburners are great. They significantly add to thrust without needing a whole lot of additional weight. They basically just inject fuel into the exhaust of the jet engine and ignite it with whatever oxygen is left to provide additional expansion and therefore thrust. But they are really inefficient. However, as the speed increases, they are...
Cleveland Center, Delta 4994, request permission to step away for 2 minutes.
Delta 4998 for 2 minutes approved.
Thank you, be right back.
Cleveland Center, Delta 703, flight level 320.
Delta 703, Cleveland Center, roger. American 1067, looks like you turn a descent, maintain 4,000 and flight present heading for now.
Are the only feasible way to generate thrust gain efficiency thanks to the forward motion providing the compression of air needed to run them, instead of the turbine needing to be powered to turn the compressor stage. The crazy thing about the SR-71 is that the engineers could have eked out more thrust from this engine to increase the top speed even more. Ramjets can go up to Mach 5, so why did they stop at 3.2? Would they have run out of fuel? Fuel efficiency in terms of cost doesn't mean a whole lot to a military plane like this. The military doesn't care about cost, but the more fuel you carry, the heavier and bigger the plane gets, increasing the fuel it uses. There is a break-even point and the plane's range will be limited. But the engineers did manage to fill the plane up with an astounding amount of fuel with some clever engineering. The plane was strictly a surveillance plane, so no internal volume was used for weapons, freeing up space for fuel. You have probably heard that the SR-71 leaks fuel on the runway because there were gaps in the fuselage, but that's a simple fact that ignores much of the engineering that caused it. The SR-71 used something called a total wet wing fuel tank system, which meant that the fuel was not contained within a separate fuel bladder. This was a weight-saving measure. Separate metal fuel tanks would add too much weight, and lighter plastic ones would melt from the intense heat generated from the aerodynamic friction. So, the fuel was contained by the skin of the plane itself. The engineers applied sealant to every gap the fuel could possibly come out of, but because the titanium skin of the plane expanded and contracted with every flight, it gradually deteriorated over time, allowing the fuel to leak out. Because of this, the SR-71 had to regularly go into maintenance and have sealant reapplied, but it usually came back still leaking, just not quite as much. The number of man-hours required to reduce it to zero was simply too great to fit it between flights, so they just had an allowable fuel.
That's wild.
Hey, Vinny, where'd you get that shirt?
Hey, sticker wheel, what do you think I got?
Is dropping fuel.
Limit, which looked like this. This plane, like a rocket, was mostly fuel. Its dry weight, depending on sensor payload, was between 25 and 27 tons. Its wet weight was between 61 and 63 tons, making it, by weight, 59% fuel to feed those hungry engines. Even then, without the ability to refuel in the air, this plane would have had terrible range for what was supposed to be a long-range spy plane. Range varied greatly. For example, the engines became significantly less efficient when the outside temperature was higher. A fully loaded SR-71 could expect to burn nearly 13 metric tons of fuel, accelerating from Mach 1.25 at 30,000 feet to Mach 3 at 70,000 feet, if the outside temperature was 10 degrees Celsius above standard. That is 36% of its fuel capacity. If it was 10 degrees below standard, the fuel burn nearly halved to 7.2 tons. And of course, the range was severely affected by their speed and use of the afterburner. But on average, the SR-71 had a range of about 5,200 kilometers, about enough for a one-way trip from New York to London. Not terribly useful. The US was not going to be landing at their target to hand over a top-secret plane to the enemy. However, with aerial refueling, the plane could stay in the air more or less indefinitely, provided there was no mechanical issues. Really, the range was entirely determined by the pilots. The longest operational sortie occurred in 1987, when the US flew the SR-71 from Okinawa to observe developments in the Iran-Iraq War. This mission lasted 11.2 hours and likely required at least 5 aerial refuelings along the way. So, if it wasn't the fuel or engines that limited the SR-71's top speed, what did? At Mach 3.2, the nose of the SR-71 reached 300 degrees Celsius, while the engine nacelles could reach 306 at the front and 649 at the back. This is what truly limited the top speed of the SR-71. Without careful material selection and design, the plane would simply overheat and fail. Even the fuel needed to be specially formulated to get around these overheating issues. This was a specially formulated fuel called JP7, which has very low volatility and a high flash point. This was partially needed because the fuel leaked on the runway, and they needed a fuel that wouldn't ignite or easily evaporate and make the ground crew ill. But mostly, they needed a fuel that wouldn't vaporize in the tanks and cause fuel feed and pressurization problems. The JP7 fuel was so stable that it actually doubled as a coolant for the entire plane. The fuel was pumped around the airframe to cool critical components like the engine oil, hydraulic systems, and control electronics. When the fuel got too hot, it was simply sent to the engines for combustion. The fuel was so stable that the plane actually needed to carry shots of triethylborane, a fuel that spontaneously ignites in the presence of oxygen, to start the combustion cycle and afterburners. The plane usually only carried about 16 shots of this, so the pilots needed to manage them carefully, particularly when slowing down for refueling and managing unstarts. One huge question I had about the SR-71 was why it was painted black. Airliners are all white to reflect heat and prevent the plane from overheating. If that applies to an airliner, why not the SR-71? The SR-71's predecessors were unpainted, which saved weight, and the areas exposed to highest temperatures were painted black. Why was this? Surely black would absorb more heat. The Concorde was once painted blue for a Pepsi ad campaign and had to lower its speed as it absorbed too much heat from the sun. However, The Concorde did not fly nearly as high or as fast as the SR-71, and as the SR-71 rose, the energy it absorbed from the sun dwindled in comparison to the heat it gained from aerodynamic friction. For this, we have to refer to something called Kirchhoff's rule of radiation, which tells us that a good heat absorber, like a black object, is also an equally effective heat emitter. So, the black paint helped the SR-71 radiate heat away from the plane, as it allowed the plane to radiate more heat than it gained from the radiation from the sun. These efforts helped to keep the plane cool, but the structure of the plane still needed to be incredibly heat stable. Aluminium is typically the material aircraft engineers turn to. It was used for the Concorde, but as we saw, it too had its speed limited by heat to a much lower Mach 2. Aluminium is cheap, has a great strength-to-weight ratio, and is easily machinable. Titanium, the material that made up 93% of the SR-71, has only one of these properties.
You probably know VistaPrint for business cards. Yeah, we print that. But did you know we also print that?
What?
Its strength-to-weight ratio, otherwise known as specific strength, is
Everybody
fantastic.
prints everything now.
But titanium is incredibly expensive, despite it being the 7th most common metal in Earth's crust. The refinement process is incredibly long and requires expensive consumables. It's also not easily machinable, as it readily reacts with air when welding or forging, becoming brittle. For these reasons, titanium is rarely used in structural parts in aviation. However, the real benefit of titanium is its ability to resist heat. The reasons for this are complex that we will explore in depth in future. However, the gist is that titanium alloys have incredibly strong bonding within its crystal lattice that resist heat from breaking them apart. Titanium alloys can resist temperatures up to 600 degrees Celsius before their atoms begin to diffuse and slide over each other significantly, allowing it to retain much of its strength even at 300 degrees. It has also very low thermal expansion, so that expansion and contraction we mentioned earlier is minimized, reducing the thermal stresses in the aircraft. But titanium has its limits, and for the SR-71, this was about 3.2 Mach. Today, engineers have made huge strides in material science. The SR-71 used heat-resistant composite materials as radar-absorbing wedges between the structural frame, located in these locations. The manufacturing techniques needed to make composite materials as load-bearing structures did not yet exist, but that has changed. The SR-71 successor, the SR-72, which is now in development, will take advantage of new, high-performance composites, which will allow it to reach speeds up to Mach 6. Many of its engine components will likely be 3D printed titanium with cooling ducts printed right into the part. Its range also won't be determined by pilots, as it will be an autonomous drone. The insane engineering that makes planes like this possible fascinates me, and I recently watched an excellent documentary on CuriosityStream that details the build process for the world's largest airliner, the A380, chronicling the massive sheet metal cutting machines,
He's like,
the aluminium
camera,
steel,
put my
the
glasses
vacuum
on.
molds that form it,
Policy.
and the biggest oven in Britain
Hey,
that
Ginge?
locks the shape in place. This is just one step in the process,
Been
and the
working?
documentary
No problem,
is
man.
nearly
No
an
problem.
hour long. This is just one of thousands of documentaries by award-winning filmmakers available on
problemo.
CuriosityStream right now, and a subscription costs just $11.99 for an entire year. With that subscription, you'll get free access to Nebula, the streaming service created by me
I have
and my
too
fellow
many
YouTube
freaking
creators. Here, you can watch my Logistics of D-Day
subscription
series
services.
that details the planning and technology that made D-Day possible. The first episode is available for free on this channel if you'd like a taste of what you're signing up for. By signing up to CuriosityStream and Nebula, you're helping not just me, but the entire educational community as we work together to build a place where we can create
Ginge,
unique experimental
this
series
is our
like Tom Skerritt's new
third.
game show, Money.
We did.
As always, thanks for
Houston
watching.
to
Thank you to all my
Cancun.
Patreon supporters.
Cancun
If you'd like to
was
see
a
more
half
from me,
flight.
the links to my Instagram,
Now we're doing
Twitter,
Boston
subreddit, and Discord
to
server
Chicago.
are below.
Southwest 390, you might if I step away for about 2 minutes.
Approved.
We are increasing production in our U.S. onshore business, like in the Permian Basin, home to hundreds of BP employees and gas and oil wells, where we plan to finish electrifying 95% of our conventional wells this year.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
Doggo.
The Fairchild Republic A-10 Lightning Bolt, or simply the Hog, is one of the most iconic planes in the U.S. Air Force.
I think, Ginge, this will be the last one of the
developed
night.
in the middle of the Cold War with a specific type
We'll be
of
on
warfare
for
in mind.
5 hours.
If the Cold War turned hot, one area was destined to become a battleground. A 50-kilometer corridor of lowland valleys called the Fulda Gap, where any invading troops would be channeled on their march from East Germany to West Germany. It was the shortest route to France, Frankfurt, and the strategically important Rhine River. If war broke out, this corridor would be a vital region to secure, and each side of the Fulda Gap was defended by armored divisions. To cope with this threat environment, the US developed an operational doctrine called air-land battle, and the A-10 was developed as a vital component of this strategy.
Oh yeah.
A low-flying tank killer, which would work closely with the troops on the ground to break up enemy formations at the front, while high-flying bombers harassed the supply lines at the rear. The A-10 was a plane designed specifically for the role of close air support.
Okay,
Close
sounds
air
good,
support
Ginge.
is exactly that, close. Close to friendly forces and close to unfriendly forces. It requires a plane to be capable of absorbing a great deal of damage as they come under fire, and to be incredibly accurate with its weapons to avoid friendly fire. A plane with this role needs some unique qualities. It needs to be available at a moment's notice. In an ever-evolving battlefield, troops could need support without warning, and because of this, the plane needs to be nearby and ready to go. This means working from forward bases that may not necessarily have all the infrastructure and equipment that other planes need to operate. Its survivability needs to be best in class. Flying this close to the ground is going to result in every man with a weapon taking potshots at the plane. As a result, the plane needs to be capable of dealing with small arms, machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, and even missiles. A-10s frequently limp back to their base with damage so severe that they would have downed another plane, with parts of their wings ripped off, with an engine taken out and hydraulics unoperational. And coming with this, the plane needs to be simple and cheap to manufacture. The Air Force made it clear from the beginning, in a battle of cost versus performance, cost would be prioritized. In an all-out war with the Soviets, quantity and ease of manufacturing was going to be a huge factor. Like the Sherman and the T-34 tanks, which were so influential in World War II, a future war between the Soviets and the US was expected to be won by whoever could out-manufacture and maintain their equipment. This plane was intended to be a cheap and rugged workhorse. It needed to be made with readily available off-the-shelf parts, so maintenance crews could easily interchange parts to repair damage quickly and
Why
at a
would they
low
have the
cost.
wheels so
Contractors bidding for the
in the
manufacturing
open?
contract needed to
Wouldn't the
consider
busted wheel
all of
just
these factors
ruin
and
it?
design the entire plane around the primary armament, which was chosen before the design process started. The General Electric GAU-8A, a gun whose sound is so recognizable it has become a meme. The gun takes up a significant portion of the plane's internal volume, at nearly 6 meters long, fitting snugly below the pilot. The largest part of the gun is the ammo drum, which typically holds 1,150 30mm rounds. The rounds are delivered to the 7 rotating barrels along a linkless chute system, which also pulls the shell casings back into the ammo drum after firing to prevent the expended shells from damaging the plane. The belt system and the rotating cam firing system of the barrels are both driven by a hydraulic motor, which is powered by 2 independent hydraulic systems on board. There are 2 separate hydraulic systems to ensure redundancy in operation, and both run the gun. The left and right hydraulic systems are pressurized by 2 identical engine-driven pumps on the left and right engine. If an engine is lost or one of the hydraulic lines is broken, then the controls powered by those hydraulics cease to work. However, the plane has been designed to allow it to continue flying on only one hydraulic system, as both elevators, both ailerons, and one rudder have hydraulic power after loss of either hydraulic lines, ensuring powered control of pitch, roll, and yaw even after the loss of a single hydraulic system. If both are lost, the plane can switch to a manual reversion flight control system where the controls can be operated without power assist, which is difficult to say the least, but it can allow the pilot to land the plane safely or, at the very least, allow them to get into safe airspace to eject. This kind of redundancy can be found in every component of the A-10 to increase survivability. The landing gear is retracted by the left system only, but it can be extended by both, and in the event neither system is available, the wing-mounted landing gear doesn't actually retract all the way into the fairings, which allows the plane to land with landing gear retracted with only moderate damage to the plane. Protecting the control mechanisms through redundancy is just one component of increasing survivability. The fuel tanks are self-sealing on the lower portions and are filled with foam to prevent explosions. The A-10, like all planes, can fly with significant armor covering every portion of the plane. So they just protect the most vital component on the plane, the stick operator, otherwise known as the pilot, who sits inside a titanium tub which is reported to be capable of absorbing direct hits from armor-piercing rounds up to 23 millimeters. The canopy is also made from ballistic glass, capable of taking hits from small arms. But this isn't the type of plane to be flying upside down over the battlefield. This is more for shrapnel from anti-aircraft fire and missiles. The A-10 also carries more chaff and flares than any US Air Force legacy fighter. Chaff is radar-reflective material which confuses radar-controlled missiles, while flares confuse heat-seeking missiles. With 4 dispensers located in the landing gear pods and another 4 on the outer wingtips, for a total of 16 across both wings, which can be triggered automatically by radar and laser detection systems on the nose and wingtips of the plane, or simply fired manually by the pilot. One of the most striking features of the A-10 is its strange engine placement and tail configuration, and this too was a design feature to thwart enemies with heat-seeking missiles. The engines and tail were arranged like this to mask the infrared signature of the hot exhaust of the plane, which could be used to lock onto the plane by IR missiles on the ground. The tail would look more at home on a World War II bomber, which were designed to be stable. Stability was an important part of the A-10's design. The large vertical stabilizers help keep the plane on target as it fires its insanely powerful gun. The gun is mounted directly on the center line of the plane to minimize the effect of the recoil pushing the plane off target. The recoil force at 44.5 kilonewtons is so powerful that it effectively halves the plane's forward thrust, as each of the A-10's General Electric T-34 engines produces just 41 kilonewtons of thrust. But the plane fires in such short bursts, typically 1 to 2 seconds, that the pilot doesn't need to worry about stalling. The high engines mounted behind the wings also reduce the amount of dirt and dust that can enter the engines from forward operating base runways, which can be just dirt runways.
True.
A lot of design choices were made to allow the plane to operate from remote airfields like this. Smaller military planes like this don't typically have auxiliary power units, which are small secondary engines that large planes like airliners have. You can see the exhaust of these little hidden engines in the tails of airliners. These engines allow the plane to start its main engines without external help, and help run functions like electricity generation and hydraulic fluid pumps. But it's unnecessary weight for most small aircraft, and they usually use some other way to get the engine spinning. Sometimes this results in the plane relying on ground equipment, which the A-10 cannot depend on, and so an APU was installed between the 2 podded engines. You can see the exhaust of the APU just underneath the nacelles here. Some of the most interesting design challenges arose from the sheer power of the aircraft's gun. The gun spits out so much.
I'm gonna hit the restroom facilities here. Cleveland Center, this is Delta 703. Mind if we get 2 minutes away?
Delta 703, you can ask the other controller 135.72.
135.72 for Delta 703, thanks.
Good night.
Cleveland Center, this is Delta 703. We are flight level 320.
Delta 703, Cleveland Center, hello.
Center, is it okay if Delta 703 steps aside for 2 minutes?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, we'll report back, thanks. Alright, I'll be right back. Let's see. Go here.
Southwest 4089, sorry, squawk 4553, my apologies. 4553, roger.
Burnt and unburnt propellant that they actually lost an early model in 1978 after exhaust gas from the gun ignited and starved the engines of oxygen. To deal with this, some design changes were made. First, a small gas scoop was placed underneath the barrels to suck in some of that exhaust. The chemical mixture of the round propellant was changed to increase the flash suppressant levels. This in turn caused secondary problems as the new chemical mixture caused residue to build up on the cockpit windows and a canopy washer was needed, which simply sprayed the washing fluid onto the canopy and the slipstream did the rest of the work. Circuitry was also added to force the engine ignition system to continually fire while the gun trigger was being pulled, so that in the event a flameout occurred, the engine could rekindle its flame immediately. The GAU-8 Avenger is a monstrous machine designed to wreak havoc on those Soviet tanks attempting to push through Allied lines. To do this, they need heavy armor-piercing rounds. The rounds are truly massive at 30 millimeters, and sprinkled throughout these rounds are rounds made of aluminium with a depleted uranium core. Uranium is insanely dense at 19.1 grams per centimeter cubed. Lead, in comparison, is 11.3 grams per centimeter cubed, and iron is 7.9. This density gives the round more kinetic energy for armor piercing. The depleted uranium also ablates material in a way that self-sharpens the projectile, while tungsten, which is slightly denser than uranium, tends to mushroom out and dulls itself upon impact. There is currently 700,000 metric tons of depleted uranium stored as uranium hexafluoride in huge storage cylinders across America.
Add sparkle to any design with glitter stickers by Sticker Mule. Glitter stickers are a fun way to showcase your artwork, promote your brand, or bedazzle the ordinary. Each sticker is printed in full color on a glitter-like material that will make your artwork truly shine. To get started, select a size and quantity, upload your artwork, and check out. Within a few hours, we'll send you a proof showing how your glitter stickers will look. You can request changes to the proof for free until you're happy. With easy ordering, fast turnaround, and free shipping, Sticker Mule is the internet's favorite place to buy glitter stickers.
Costing uranium enrichment facilities a great amount of maintenance. They are simply delighted when someone gets it off their hands and fires it at high speed into a country thousands of miles away. It's a cheap and freely available resource and has the perfect material properties for armor piercing, but the efficacy of using depleted uranium is obviously not good. Many war-torn regions have blamed its use for elevated cases of cancer. The A-10 has been under constant threat of retirement.
Wait.
Detractors
What are they doing? What are they?
At high speed.
I gotta hear that part again. What are we coating our shit in? That's
tanks attempt.
What? 13572. Cleveland Center. This is Delta 703. We're back with you.
Delta 703. Go ahead. Are you back? Never mind.
Yep, just checking in. Checking back in.
Thank you.
Attempting to push through Allied lines. To do this, they need heavy armor-piercing rounds. The rounds are truly massive at 30 millimeters, and sprinkled throughout these rounds are rounds made of aluminium with a depleted uranium core. Uranium is insanely dense at 19.1 grams per centimeter cubed.
Depleted uranium.
Lead, in comparison, is
my
11.3 grams per centimeter cubed, and iron is 7.9. This density gives the round more kinetic energy for armor piercing.
Yeah, I bet it does.
The depleted uranium also ablates material in a way that self-sharpens the projectile, while tungsten, which is slightly denser than uranium, tends to mushroom out and dulls itself upon impact. There is currently 700,000 metric tons of depleted uranium stored as uranium hexafluoride in huge storage cylinders across America,
Yeah, I bet.
costing uranium enrichment facilities a great amount in maintenance. They are simply delighted when someone gets it off their hands and fires it at high speed into a country thousands of miles away.
I'm sure.
It's a cheap and freely available resource and has the perfect material properties for armor piercing. But the efficacy of using depleted uranium is obviously not good. Many war-torn regions have blamed its use for elevated cases of cancer. The A-10 has been under constant threat of retirement. Detractors have pushed from the very start
I didn't know
the
that.
plane is not needed. First, it was the F-16 which should take over its job, and now it's the F-35. And both sides of the argument have valid points. The F-16 and A-10 can carry similar amounts of ordnance into the battlefield if needed. Both have 11 hardpoints with a carrying capacity over 7.2 tons, but attaching heavy equipment to its wings negates the biggest advantage of the F-16.
Hondo?
Its maneuverability and ability to conserve kinetic energy in dogfights. The F-16 was designed to be a multi-role fighter, while the A-10 was designed for one job and one job only: getting down and dirty and taking some punches like Rocky. While modern
Right
planes
under the
like
pool,
the F-35
Right under
were
all
designed
that
to be
weight,
more like
all
Muhammad
that water
Ali,
weight.
bobbing, weaving, elusive, striking and moving out of the enemy's range before they can react. The two planes were
Batman
designed in
style.
completely different eras, with completely different military doctrine in mind, and trying to compare the two without acknowledging that is silly. The F-35 is designed to carry a small payload of weapons in its internal weapons bay, while stealth is a high priority. But it can carry just as much as the F-16 when air superiority is established. It's a multi-role fighter designed for the modern battlefield. Ultimately, the A-10 found a role in wars like Iraq and Afghanistan, where the threat level and sophistication of enemy weaponry was relatively low. Like the battles expected in the Fulda Gap in the 1980s. The A-10 persists today because it excels in its role as a close air support vehicle, and its low cost of running compared to other military planes has
And it
kept
can
it
land on
competitive,
dirt.
allowing it to be in the vanguard for military operations today. A plane the infantry can see coming over the horizon,
I bet they like that
Gandalf
too.
arriving into Helm's Deep to lift the siege.
I mean, I understand the numbers don't make sense, but
saving the day again, baby.
see,
It's become an
these guys
iconic
love the
aircraft
fucking
among
A-10.
the soldiers on the ground. A bond has formed between it and the infantry it protects. But just as the
bet.
A-10 was created in preparation
I bet
for
these
an
guys love it, but
anticipated
then
next generation
Washington's
war,
like,
the
too expensive.
F-35 was created with future wars in mind.
True.
Where the threat environment would be so dense that simply being able to take a punch
Have a
won't
airplane
save
just
it.
be able to float in the
The
air.
nature of close air support has continually evolved over the past
that would be
century.
very useful.
In World War II, tactical air forces were created specifically for providing close air support to the troops landing in Normandy on D-Day. Range for these fighters was a major tactical issue, and within 24 hours of the first men landing in Normandy, 3 new emergency landing strips had been created off the beaches, which would allow the Allies to extend their fighter-bomber range
Got a permit
and
for
prevent
that?
a fierce counterattack by the Germans from overwhelming the small toehold the Allies managed to carve out in Normandy. I explored these vital logistical challenges in a future episode of The Logistics of D-Day that will be out next month. These
Indie Center?
airfields were primarily built to extend the reach of Allied aerial support
119.55.
as ground troops push forward. However, as the front line progressed, many were converted to supply depots, emergency evacuation posts, and heavy bomber airfields. Others were simply abandoned and allowed to return to farmland over time. There are hidden traces of these remains littered all over Normandy. You can learn more about them and get access to the entire Logistics of D-Day series by signing up to CuriosityStream for
On the
just
down low.
$19.99 for the entire year.
Yeah, we were watching
watch
some
the
guy.
Hidden
He built a
Traces
pool in his
documentary
basement, and the
about
city was all
modern
pissed off about it. So he
archaeological
put a
digs uncovering
he put
remnants
a
of the
golf
8-decade-old
simulator in it
battlefield.
for when the
And you'll get free
inspectors came
access to
over.
Nebula, the home of the Logistics of D-Day series, and many more original series from some of YouTube's best educational.
It's funny. Oh, where is that aircraft carrier one? They have an aircraft carrier one that's probably pretty sick. Actually, you know what? We got any in-depth videos? $10. Ultimate action.
This is a real B&H birthday story.
A real?
We've been known for our customer service since 1973. Looking good, fellas. And today...
Hell yeah.
Evening, Cleveland Center. This is Lufthansa 43 to our heavy at 5 and 4 gig.
Yeah, man. All about the golf sim.
Lufthansa 430, roger. Okay. I guess we'll figure it out. Squawk 2537.
2537 for Lufthansa 430.
I want to be in that little thing right there. That looks sick. That little pod thing on the ground. That's what I want to do. Be out of the elements. That's what I would want to do.
Lufthansa 430, turn right, heading
It's not loud as shit. You're not in the rain or the cold or the hot. See that area? That's what I want to do. Oh, you got heating in the floor? Yeah, can't do that.
Delta 703, go direct L tour.
Repeat again for direct.
L tour.
L tour for Delta 703.
Lufthansa 430 to center, maintain level 320.
Level 320, Lufthansa 430.
Lufthansa 430, turn right, heading 130.
Heading 130, Lufthansa 430.
Cleveland Center, good evening, United 1441, climbing through 10,700 GM2. United 1441, Cleveland Center, hello, climb and maintain, flight level 220. Climb and maintain 220 for United 1440. United 1441, maintain 310 knots or greater. We'll maintain 310 knots or greater for
Those things are insane. Wait, I didn't see that one land. Did they land that one?
2142, welcome back.
Yeah, here we go.
Lufthansa 430, turn right, heading 180.
Heading west, Lufthansa 430.
I'm not sure what you can do for me, but as hard a bank angle as you can, but they appreciate it, so whatever you can do works.
Flight is Lufthansa 430.
Delta Delta 703, same Mach number.
Delta 703 is Mach 8.2.
I'm sorry, say again.
We are Mach 0.82.
Roger, thanks. Could you speed Mach 77?
Mach 77 for Delta 703.
United 1441, disregard.
Oh, there she goes. Yeah, look at that. Those things are sick. I think they can hold quite a bit of shit too. So that's a very useful airplane.
Delta 2142, would you speed Mach 77?
Mach 77, that's one.
Oh, is that a cruise missile? Is that what they have on there on the side there? I think that's what it is. Like a GPS guided.
Respond to 430, clear, just windy.
Windy, 430.
Respond to 430, contact Chicago Center 133.3.
That's 133.3 for Bravo 430, thank you.
Nice. Oop, hit the number one there. A little high.
Delta 703, turn 40 degrees to the right.
40 right for America. Delta 703. 40 right, 40 right.
United 1441, I basically need you as fast as I can get you. What are you able in cruise?
Well, the rest case starts at 340 knots, so I can probably get to 330, 335.
How'd you maintain 330 knots? Well, good, I appreciate it.
I will maintain 330 knots here for United 1441.
Right. Hell yeah, nothing more American than watching shoots off of the, what is this, the Roosevelt? I think I've seen this aircraft carrier before.
Delta 703, turn left heading 220.
Left 220 to 703. Pin.
A lot of people don't know this, but YouTube has a new royalty program that can pay you every
What?
single week, even if you don't ever create any of your own YouTube videos or even start your own YouTube channel. This is because with this new program, you can actually make money from other people's YouTube channels, meaning the videos and
really?
subscribers that...
Nah, bro, we're just trying to watch aircraft carrier shit. Fairfax, Virginia. Hell yeah, brother.
Delta 703, maintain Mach 76.
Maintain Mach 76 for Delta 703.
Delta 703, clear direct L tour.
Direct L tour for Delta 703. Hey, there's that plane again. Those things are badass.
Delta 703, I really feel bad to do this to you, but Chicago's a stickler. Turn left heading 180.
No problem. Left 180, Delta 703. All right.
Delta 2142, I'm going to do the same to you. What's your Mach number?
It's busy as shit.
We're Mach 477.
Gotcha, and what are you able?
We're able up to...
No, below.
You said 8.8?
Upper.
Okay, just give me Mach 8.1 a grid. If you want to go 8.8, great. Just 8.1 a grid, it works for me.
8.1 a grid or something.
What is he flying? That's a cool shot.
United 1441 contact Chicago Center 133.3.
Contact Chicago Center 133.3 for United 1441 connect.
Delta 7303, clear direct windy, Chicago 133.3. Thanks for the help.
Direct windy 133.3 for Delta 703. Thanks.
Canal 5, Juliet Alpha Super. Hello, we're with you, passing level 120 for 170.
Canal 5, Juliet Alpha, Cleveland, hello, climb and maintain for level 220.
220 on Canal 5, Juliet Alpha.
Cleveland Center, Captain 712 Heavy, flight level 340. Delta 2142, clear direct L tour.
Air landing west, the O'Hare altimeter 3002.
We'll send a crossfire at 9,000, plan to land west for United 1441, altimeter 3003.
Endeavor 5450, turn left, direct fire, resume the windy to arrival.
Left turn, direct fire, resume the windy to Endeavor 5450.
Chicago Center, good evening. Delta 703, we're direct windy, flight level 320.
Delta 703, Chicago Center, roger.
Hey, Wisconsin 6237, level 5, runway heading.
Wisconsin 6237, Chicago Center radar contact, climb maintain level 240. Let's see here. Clear direct Walter.
Flight level 240, Walter, Wisconsin 6237.
Big guy? BM2 Jenkins.
Yeah, don't let that shit fucking ring more than once.
Center WestJet 732, permission to step away for 5 minutes.
These kids are all probably like 20 years old.
Approved, report back. Roger, we'll just see a few minutes here, thanks.
That doesn't look safe.
Chicago Center, malicious one, flight level 280.
A malicious one.
And
Malicious 1, Chicago Center. Roger, I'm looking for you. Stay your position. I got you. Stand by. Malicious 1, Chicago Center. Climb maintain level 280, zoom normal speed. I'm sorry, you're at 280. Good lord. Roger.
I should be descending Malicious 1.
Malicious 1, descend maintain 1 at 6,000 B. General Mitchell, altimeter 3002. You can expect the ILS only one left.
3002, descend maintain 16,000.
That's that aircraft, man. Those things are sick. Those things are badass.
Lufthansa 430, crossfire at and maintain at 9,000. The O'Hare altimeter 3002.
Crossfire at or maintain 9,000 for Puzzle Pursuit.
Delta 703, crossfire at and maintain at 9,000. The O'Hare altimeter 3002.
Crossfire at and maintain 9,000, Delta 703.
There's a key line 43, is that the call sign?
That would be affirmative, sir.
Roger, thanks. Key line 43, descend via the Flight 7 arrival. O'Hare's landing west, the O'Hare altimeter 3002.
Send me the Flight 7, we have
Okay.
Chicago Center, good evening. FedEx 903, 905, with you, flight level 340. FedEx 995, Chicago Center, Roger.
Center Westjet 732, stock.
Roger, thank you.
10 at 7. 10 at 7.
Air Wisconsin 6237. Send to maintain level 2. Just maintain level 200. That'll be fine.
854. Okay, we're all plugged in.
Wisconsin 6237, climb maintain level 200. That'll be a final.
Level 200, Wisconsin 6237.
Endeavor 5450, contact Chicago approach 135.07. 135.07, have a good day, Endeavor 5450.
Yeah, the one with the little saucer up top, Hondo. Yeah, those things are sick, man.
250, Endeavor 5450.
I think they can hold like
Chicago Center, Delta,
5 or 6 people.
Heavy, level 320, Mach 0.81 or greater.
And they have mid-air refuel capabilities, so
Malicious 1, send and maintain 1 at 0,000.
these are tight. Just don't know what the bathroom situation is on that, you know?
Delta 703, maintain 280 knots in the descent.
Maintain 280 in the descent, Delta 703.
Delta 703, turn 20 degrees to the left. It's going to be vectors for sequence.
20 left, Delta 703.
Chicago Center, FedEx 995. Did you get my last transmission? FedEx 995, gotcha. Chicago Center, let's see here, maintain level 340. Maintain 340, FedEx 995. Malicious 1, when able, proceed direct Yount, intercept the runway 1 left, the localizer, descend and maintain 4,000.
I'll need a heading to Yount and descend 4,000, Malicious 1.
Alright, descend and maintain 4,000, Sam.
Alright, present heading and 4,000, Malicious 1.
Malicious 1, it's going to be a 350 heading to intercept.
It broke up. Can you say again, Malicious 1?
350 heading to intercept.
350, Malicious 1.
It's out for 430. Contact Chicago approach 135.07.
You want to take that for the thank you.
All right.
Delta 703, maintain 300 knots.
300 knots for Delta 703.
Air Wisconsin 6237 airspeed. Air Wisconsin 6237, maintain 280 knots. Scandinavian 946, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4.
Equinox 5 Juliet Alpha, hello with you, flight level 220.
Juliet Alpha radar, Chicago Center. Scandinavian 946, Minneapolis 133.4.
133.4, Scandinavian 946, Aviv, bye-bye.
Okay, here's hoping for the best.
Delta 703, clear direct fire, crossfire at and maintain at 9,000, your altimeter 3002.
Direct fire, cross at, maintain 9,000 at fire, Delta 703.
Wisconsin 6237, vector sequence fly heading 270.
Heading 270, Wisconsin 6237.
And Malicious 1. Let's see here, 3 miles from Cutmo, cross Cutmo at 3,000, grid house, only 1 left, approach Milwaukee.
Clear for the ILS, 1 left at Milwaukee, Malicious 1.
Okay, let's hope for the best.
Delta 2142, cross river at and maintain level 200.
River at maintain level 20, Delta 5%.
Alpha Bravo Delta 5, Juliet Alpha, cross fire at and maintain 9,000. O'Hare's landing west, the O'Hare altimeter 3002. Juliet Alpha, Chicago.
Go ahead, Antonov 5 Juliet Alpha.
Cross fire at and maintain at 9,000.
Cross fire at and maintain 9,000, Antonov 5 Juliet Alpha.
Let's bring this bird down.
Just 1, wind 3504, only 1 left, cleared land.
1 left, cleared land, Malicious 1.
Yeah, 4778, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4.
133.4, have a good one, United 4778.
Center, Delta 2142, we're going to be unable 200 by river, but we're going to work on getting down there as quick as we can.
Roger, just do your best down to 200, please. Key line 43, contact Chicago Center 127.77.
127.77, key line 43, see you.
Air Wisconsin 6237, confirm you're on a heading of 270.
All right, Air Wisconsin 6237, turn right heading 300, descend and maintain 9,000. United 1441, contact Chicago approach 135.07.
Chicago approach on 135.07 for United 1441.
United 1441, maintain 250 knots.
We'll maintain 250.
Chicago Center, good evening, United 426, 19,000. All right, stand by. Malicious 1, stay park.
I'm going to the Air Guard ramp, Malicious 1.
All right, Malicious 1 at Hotel November, cross runways 19 left, runway 25 left. Have a good night.
Malicious 1.
Hotel November, cross 19 left and 25 left. Thanks for the ATC, Malicious 1.
Freaking Malicious 1.
Air Wisconsin 6237, maintain 250 knots. Chicago, good evening, United 426, high level 210. Yeah, 426, Chicago Center up.
Chicago Center, good evening, Keyline 43, I'm back with you out of 17,000, center 11,000.
And Keyline 42 right. WestJet 732, descend and maintain level 230.
Down to 230, WestJet 732.
WestJet 732, contact Cleveland Center 135.72.
135.72, thanks, have a good one.
Delta 703, contact Chicago, approach 135.07.
135.07 for Delta 703, thanks, see ya.
Air Wisconsin 6237, turn left, direct fire, resume the Windy 2 arrival. 835.
Approach 12435, United 1440.
Flagship 556, descend and maintain 7,000.
Down to 7,000, Flagship 556.
Chicago approach, Delta 703, Windy 2, 9,000, information Golf.
Delta 703, Chicago approach, runway 27 right.
27 right for Delta 703.
Flagship 556, clear direct to HIMGO.
Direct to HIMGO, Flagship 556. Chicago approach, good evening, United 1221 out of 14,000 to cross Turtle 11,000 with O'Hare information and Golf.
United 1221, Chicago approach, runway 28 center.
Runway 28 center, United 1221.
United 2564, descend and maintain 10,000.
10,000, United 2564, heavy.
Chicago approach, now 10 to team, sending passing 14,000 United. United 1015, Chicago approach, expect runway 27 right. Expect 27 right, United 1015.
Okay, we're good. That's how you do it.
United 2564, ready to descend and maintain 9,000.
9,000, United 2564.
Flexion 556, traffic 11 o'clock, less than a mile, 6,400 climbing, shouldn't be there, I'm not talking to him.
Currently I am the Electric 556.
Flexion 556, contact approach on 124.35, I think he's in Nordo.
12435, Electric 556.
Approach United 1015.
United 1015.
Any chance to get 27 left, or the star will bring us above O'Hare?
Yes, that's correct, United 1015. You're going to 27 right, and we will fly over O'Hare.
Oh, alright.
Delta 703, turn left heading to, correction, turn left heading 190.
Left 190, Delta 703.
United 2564, heavy contact approach on 119.0.
Approach on 119.0, United 2564, heavy, thanks.
Delta 703, descend to maintain 7,000, maintain 2509.
7,000, maintain 2509, Delta 703.
Chicago first American 9715, 12000, 500 cross turtle 1000, golf.
American 9715, Chicago approach, runway 28 center.
Cheers.
Here we go. I think we're getting this straight in. Nice.
Delta 703, contact approach on 124.35.
2435, Delta 703, thanks.
Flexion 556, turn 10 degrees left, reduce speed to 210, then descend to maintain 5,000.
10 left, 210, 5000, Electric 556.
Now 1441, descend to maintain 4,000. 51 Zulu, right turn heading 090.
Right turn 090 for 51 Zulu.
United 1441, maintain 210 knots.
We'll maintain 210 knots, 1441.
Chicago approach, Delta 703, we are descending 7.4 for 7.
Airspeed 636, contact tower 128.15.
2815, airspeed 636 tonight.
51 Zulu, right turn heading 180.
Right turn 180, 51 Zulu.
51 Zulu, on rollout, airport's to be to your 2 o'clock, 7 miles, report inside. So 703 Chicago approach, turn 20 degrees left, vectors approach, reduce speed to 210, then descend to maintain 4,000.
20 left, 210, 4,000, Delta 703.
51 Zulu, I also got traffic for you, that's 2 o'clock, 3 miles westbound, 8320 descending through 2,300.
I have the airport and traffic in sight for 5251 Zulu.
51 Zulu, right turn heading 250 to join final, clear visual approach runway 27 right.
Clear visual for 2 right. 51 Zulu.
Flexion 556, right turn heading 200.
200 right turn, Electric 556.
United 1441, 4 miles from Bonzo, cleared ILS, runway 27 right approach, maintain 190 knots to a 5 mile final.
Clear for the ILS, 27 right, maintain 190 knots to a 5 mile final.
Flexion 556, right turn heading 250 to join the localizer, descend to maintain 4,000.
250, turn localizer, and down to 4,000, Electric 556.
United 1441, sorry, you can do 170 till 5.
170 till 5,
5251 Zulu, contact tower 128.15.
Contacting tower 128.15 for 51 Zulu.
Kilo 703, right turn heading 250, join the localizer.
Right 250, join localizer, Delta 703. Yo, look at Chicago. Ooh.
Push at 556, 6 miles from Bonzo, cleared ILS, runway 27 right approach, maintain 210 knots.
210 knots, cleared ILS, 27 right, Luxury 556.
Chicago, Chicago, that town.
Go 703, 9 miles from Bonzo, cleared ILS, runway 27 right approach, maintain 210 knots.
Clear the ILS 27 right approach, maintain 210, 703.
Bottom dollar, you lose the
1441, contact tower 128.15.
The town that Billy Sunday couldn't shut
You're listening to
on State Street, that great street. I
there
just
she
want
is.
to say,
there's Midway.
they do things they don't do on Broadway. They have the time of their life. I saw a man, he danced with his wife in Chicago, Chicago, my hometown.
Structure 556, 190 knots, 5 miles, tower 138.15.
198 till 5, over the tower, Luxury 556.
Chicago, Chicago, I'll show you around. I love it. Bet your bottom dollar you lose the blues in Chicago, Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday could not shut down.
Lovely.
On State Street, that great street, I just want to say, they do things that they never do on Broadway. Say, they have the time of their life. I saw a man and he danced with his wife in Chicago.
Tower 128.15.
180 till 5 mile, 128.15. 703, thanks, yeah.
Yeah.
Tower approach, good evening, United 1221, 8.6%.
United 1221, wrong frequency, try Chicago.
Luxury 556, ILS 27 right. Luxury 556, over the runway 27 right, clear land. 27 right, clear land, Luxury 556.
Chicago Tower, this is Delta 703. We are ILS 27 right.
Delta 703, over here, tower runway 27 right, clear line.
Clear to land 27 right. Sounds right there.
5251 Zulu, I'm assuming you would like signature.
Okay, let's go.
Number 5251 Zulu, tower up. IP236, contact her, tower 126.9, get her.
Can you repeat that for 5251 Zulu?
5251 Zulu, you're taking signature today.
Cat 3. Light slow. Here we go.
Still didn't copy that for 5251 Zulu, sorry.
IP636, contact her, tower 126.9, Adam. Repeat 636, contact O'Hara Tower 126.9. Can you might check on my frequency?
505.
For 5251 Zulu, say parking.
just for general aviation, maybe on like the C-pad.
45251 Zulu, taxi parking by Zulu Delta. Crossline 4 left.
Zulu Delta for 5251 Zulu, thanks.
1441, welcome to Harris parking.
We'll be going to the north side of the city. Is there a suspect in front of me?
1441, come in a little bit low, say again.
So we're going to the Charlie Terminal 3 at 1441.
Alright, 1441, the taxi to parking by Zulu Hold Short 27 Center.
We'll taxi via Zulu Hold Short 27 Center, United 1441.
What a sunset. Take it, your predictions. In.
Okay, let's go.
$1,000. I just want to tell you both good luck. $1,000.
Okay, let's go.
Vector 556, welcome to Harris, left on Zulu 1 immediately. Safe parking.
Left Zulu 1, and we're going to signature Lexington 556.
Vector 556, taxi parking by Zulu Delta, crossline 4 left.
Zulu Delta across 4 left, Lexington 556.
$500.
Here we go.
400. 400. 300. 200. 200. 100.
Contact very tower 1264.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Still the 100.
Delta 703 or tower, welcome to Harris, left up Zulu and parking.
Left Zulu, take your sparking Delta.
Delta 703, Roger, taxi to parking by Zulu, hold short 37 Center.
Zulu, hold short 27 Delta. Okay, I think we're good.
such a long taxi. Dude, I've done this taxi IRL. I'm for serious.
So 703 contact Earth Tower 126.9.
126.9 Delta 703. Okay. Chicago Tower, this is Delta 703. We are holding short 27 center.
Delta 703, okay, tower cross runway 27 center, hold short runway 27 left.
Cross 27 center, hold short 27 left, Delta 703.
Sky 2564 Heavy, welcome to O'Hare, left point able safe parking.
Taxi parking at our hangar, United 2764.
Roger, yeah, 2564, in that case, runway to the right.
Look at all the traffic.
Sky 2564, taxi via Echo Foxtrot, hold short runway 27 center.
Taxi via Echo Foxtrot, hold short at 27 left. 27 center, Foxtrot.
Sky 2564 Heavy, cross runway 27 center, continue to taxi via Delta Yankee 1, Yankee.
Continue taxi via Delta Yankee into Yankee into hangar, United 2564, thanks.
O'Hare Tower, Cactus 20, we're on the ILS 27 right. Cactus 2020, contact O'Hare Tower 128.15. 128.15, sorry. Delta 2142, welcome to O'Hare, left point able, safe parking.
Left enable, and we're going to be looking for the Bravo Concourse, Terminal 1 there.
Delta 2142, contact ground point 9er.
Ground point 9, drop 37.
Chicago Tower, United 249, ILS 27 left.
Delta 703, cross road 2 to the left and left turn hotel, contact ground point 9er.
Cross 27 left and left in hotel and 127 ground for Delta 703.
Delta 703, 121.9.
121.9er, thanks.
249 over tower, wind is 010 at 7, runway 27 left, clear to land.
27 left, clear to land, United 249.
Okay. Chicago ground, good evening. This is Delta 703. We are taking left on hotel, requesting taxi nearest gate.
Delta 703, O'Hare ground. Let's see, closest to you would be the Charlie gates. I can give you those. It would be good.
Yeah, Charlie works.
Delta 703, roger. Taxi to the Charlie gates via hotel. Uniform 3, cross runway 4 left at the hotel.
Hotel uniform, cross 4 left at Hotel 3 for Delta 703.
Verify that'd be Hotel Uniform 3, and then Charlie gates will be right in front of you. Cross 4 left at Hotel.
Hotel uniform 3, cross 4 left at Hotel 3, Delta 703. Sorry.
You're good. Close enough.
Is that right? Hotel. Uniform 3. Cross. 4 left. At uniform 3? Is it uniform 3? Uniform 3. You know what? We're doing it. We're just making it work. Everybody in the back wants to get up. Here's the 4 left. say we're here. Oh, thank God.
I had ground good evening, United 249. We're just off of 27 left. We're on Golf 1. We're going to Bravo 19.
Oof. Alright guys, here's the replay. Enjoy it.
Let's see.
And we will see you guys on Tuesday.
By, let's see. I'm gonna have you roll onto 4 left, and then you're gonna take a right turn on Golf, and then go. And then after you make that right turn on Golf,
all right. See you guys. See ya.
Okay,
Thanks for all the support, guys. Have a good night, and we will see you on Tuesday. See ya.
Delta 2168 O'Hare ground. Say again.